All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the closed session of the Agoura Hills City Council of Wednesday, January 24th, 2024, 5 p.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order and defer to our city clerk for a roll call.
Good evening. Councilmember Anstead?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Wolf?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Present.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Here.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items listed on the agenda. If you have something to distribute to the City Council, please hand it to our City Clerk and do not approach the dais. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the City Council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I will now defer to the City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber. No written public comments have been received and no speaker cards have been submitted.
Thank you. We will now recess into closed session. Welcome to the Agoura Hills City Council meeting of Wednesday, January 24th, 2024. Please silence all of your cell phones and other electronic devices, which I better do. Self. If you wish to speak or submit a written comment, please complete a comment card for each item and submit to the city clerk prior to the public comment portion of the item. And our city clerk is Kimberly Rodriguez. Let's see here now. I'm going to now call this meeting to order, and I'm going to invite, I don't see them here, but Cub Scout Pack 227, am I missing something? Are you here? Okay, so I'm going to call on Councilmember Wolf to lead the flag salute tonight.
Everyone could please stand and place your right hand over your heart. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll defer to our city clerk to take a roll call.
Good evening. Councilmember Anstead?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Wolf?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Present.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Present.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now I would defer to our city attorney, Candace Lee, for a report of our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. No reportable action was taken this evening and direction was given to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the maker of a motion to approve tonight's agenda and a second please state your names?
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda. This is Deborah Klein-Lopez.
This is Councilmember Chris Anstead. I'll second it.
Thank you. And I will defer to the city clerk on the motion to approve the agenda for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. We have no presentations tonight, so we're going to move on to intergovernmental special purpose committee and departmental reports. And we'll start with Councilmember Sylvester giving us an update from the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments.
Thank you very much. We had a brief presentation from the Southern California Edison about their utility rates, but it wasn't sort of the in-depth that we were hoping for. It just shows how they're going up and going down and going up and going down just for flat rates. It didn't get into the extra rates that we've been told might be coming, so it didn't really help us much. Then we had a presentation about the COGS Regional Smart Cities Fiber Network, which all 5 cities are contributing towards funds, and we have grants for that. And it's really interesting to see because they showed us some maps of where the new fiber optics cables will be running. Some of them they'll be able to what they call pull through, so they will pull them along the existing cables but replace them. And that is not so expensive. What is expensive is digging and putting in the new fiber network. And places like going through Canaan Road and I think Malibu Canyon. But once it's completed, we're going to have a very excellent coverage throughout our whole area. And as they pointed out too, not only just for our cities, but we could also consider renting it out for other companies to utilize those fiber cables as well. So that was interesting. Last night, Councilmember Wolf, myself, and the City Planning Commissioner Kate Anderson attended the homeless count. We started off in Agoura, in Calabasas at the Senior Center, and Congresswoman Julia Brownlee was there to cheer us all on, and she actually went out with one of the groups, and we covered our local area. Let's see, and then we just had updates from all our local sheriff and fire, and we're in good shape. I'm happy to report.
Thank you very much. And I was going to comment or update everybody on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee, but at the last minute our meeting was canceled. So I'll report back next month. Thank you. Are there any reports from staff? Seeing none, are there any reports from any other city council members? I don't see anybody, so we'll move on to public comment.
Sorry,
Oops.
sorry. I
Go
realized
ahead.
I missed one of my notes. We had another update from Metro about their proposals for toll roads on the 101, and nobody was happy to hear what they were proposing for the future. And they were talking about, different times of day having different tolls. They would have, for very low income, they would have an exemption. But for the rest of us, anytime we get on the freeway at certain times of day, there may be tolls coming. But as I pointed out to them, growing up in and around London, we have tolls going into the centre of London to stop traffic. But we also have excellent buses that go in every direction, public transport. We have excellent underground, and we have excellent overrail when they're not on strike. So I don't know if this really is applicable to our area, because there is no alternative for so many of us when we have to commute into Los Angeles.
Thank
So
you.
it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing about it. Okay, so moving on to public comments. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. If you have something to distribute to the City Council, please hand it to our City Clerk and do not approach the dais. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the City Council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I will now defer to the City Clerk. Madam
Thank
Clerk?
you. I do have a speaker card for Brant Turner, but I need to know, is this an item that's on the agenda, or is this something that is not on the agenda? Okay. If you'd like to step up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For coming.
Thank you. My name is Brant Turner.
Hang on
I'm
one
sorry.
second. I just want to tell you, Mr. Turner, that your 3 minutes to speak will end when the red light appears on the podium.
Okay.
And please adjust the microphone so that it's comfortable for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Brant Turner. I live at 6001 Lapworth Drive in Old Agoura. This project was rejected by the Planning Commission on
Let
June.
me interrupt you, Mr. Turner, because that is on tonight's agenda. So right now,
It is on the agenda?
It is on the agenda tonight.
Oh, so
So you just will come back up when that gets on the, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
Thank you. We have no further speaker cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let's move on to the consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. I will now defer to the City Clerk.
Thank you. We have not received any written public comments nor speaker cards.
Thank you. So I would ask for a motion, or wait, are there any questions from the City Council, or does anybody want to pull off an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll now call for a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester so moves.
Thank
City
you.
Councilman Chris Anstead seconds.
Thank you, and I'll defer to the City Clerk for a roll call.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to a continued public hearing, an appeal. Before we move on to this next item, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Wolf.
Councilmember Wolf here. I need to recuse myself from this item as I heard it while I was on the Planning Commission, so I will be leaving the council chambers.
Thank you, Councilmember, and we'll let you know when we're done with this item. Our next item is a continued public hearing to consider the Agoura Hills Planning Commissioner's denial of a conditional use permit and an oak tree permit for 28340 Balkans Drive for a request to construct a 2-story single-family residence and attached garage. I will now open the public hearing. Before we move on to the staff presentation, we have a few announcements. First, I'll defer to Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
Yes, I would just like to say that I was not on the council when this first came in August 12, 2020. I have watched the recording of City Council, and I am up to date on everything that happened on that evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. And now I'd like to have I'm going to defer to our city attorney, Candace Lee.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I thought it would be helpful to provide a summary of the framework of the proceedings for this evening to assist the council and also to give the public an idea of what to expect this evening. First, the council will hold what's called a de novo public hearing. It's actually a continued de novo public hearing. As you recall, the first hearing was held on August 12, 2020. So in the city of Agoura Hills, all appeals of planning commission decisions are heard de novo at the council level. So what does de novo mean? It's basically a completely new hearing where the city council takes a fresh look at a project and isn't limited to the issues raised in an appeal application. This allows the council to look at the project as a whole and look at all the components of the project. The council need not give any particular weight or deference to the Planning Commission's decision. It certainly may consider what the Planning Commission decided or thought about the project, but the City Council is not bound to follow the Planning Commission's decision. Next, I'd like to summarize the order of the proceedings for the hearing this evening. So the mayor has already opened the public hearing, thank you. Next, we will have the staff report, and then City Council questions of staff. And at this time, the council should avoid commenting on the project, how they feel about it, their opinions. It's really strictly questions of staff about the project. Next will be council disclosure of ex parte communications. Since this is a quasi-judicial matter, where the council is basically sitting as a judge on this particular project. If the council members have received any relevant information about this matter outside the public hearing, they should publicly announce that to the public, the particular information they obtained, and before testimony begins. Next, we will have the applicant/appellant's presentation. They will be given 15 minutes, and then the council will have an opportunity to ask the applicant any questions. We will then move forward to the public comment portion of the public hearing. As the mayor announced previously, each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak and cannot transfer their time to another speaker. Again, council may ask questions of the public during public comment. Then we will turn to the applicant's rebuttal. They will get 5 minutes for rebuttal. Then a last call for council questions. And as a friendly reminder, the council should conclude all questions prior to the close of the public hearing. Then the mayor will close the public hearing, and we will turn to council discussion and deliberation. So also, as a friendly reminder, during deliberation, it would be appropriate for the councils to explain why they can or cannot make the findings required to be made for all of the entitlements as part of the project, so that staff can prepare a resolution of approval or a denial based on council's direction. So the council, at the conclusion of this hearing, the idea is that the council would give direction to staff. They close the public hearing, they give direction to staff whether to move forward with the resolution of approval of the project or resolution of a denial of the project. And that concludes my summary. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. So now we will move on to the staff presentation, and I will defer to Community Development Director Denise Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Council. The item that we're going to bring forward to you today is from a continued hearing, and our project manager, Katrina Garcia, will provide you with an overview of our analysis of the proposal. If you have any questions at the end, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise, and good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council members. The item before you tonight is a continued public hearing item for a new single-family residence, case number CUP-01533-2018 and OAK-01534-2018. Tonight I'll cover a short summary of the background of the project, the proposed location, the general project description, the proposed architectural revisions, staff's recommendations, and a list of findings to make for this evening's decision. On June 18th, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 20-1245 to deny the project. On July 1st, 2020, the applicant appealed that decision. On August 12, 2020, the City Council held a de novo public hearing to hear the applicant's appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. The City Council provided comments and feedback to the applicant, which included suggestions on redesigning the project to be more consistent with the zoning district and the general plan by reducing the size of the house and adding more articulation. The City Council then allowed the applicant to redesign the project to address the concerns and return to City Council to continue the public hearing with the proposed revisions and design. Since then, the applicant made changes, worked with staff, met with the architectural review panel, and acquired a reapproval from the fire department. Next slide, please. As a quick overview of the site, the vacant lot is approximately 44,186 square feet with a 49% average ascending slope from the north to the south property line. The zoning designation for the site is very low residential and is within the Old Agoura and Equestrian Overlay Districts and contains 15 on-site oak trees. Next slide, please. The proposed development is on an irregular square-shaped lot with a 2-story residence and an attached garage sited at the north side of the lot, adjacent to the street. The residence is set back 26 feet from the right-of-way line and contains a driveway that leads to a 3-car garage. Behind the residence is an 18-foot wide paved area serving as the backyard. The backyard is supported by 2 stacked retaining walls with concrete swales leading to drainage areas on each side of the wall. The retaining walls in the new proposal have been slightly modified in length to be shorter, and the height of the lower wall was reduced from 6 feet to 5 feet. The new proposal maintains the location of the retaining walls, so the encroachments into the oak trees also remain the same. And on the east side of the lot, approximately midway up, is a designated horse keeping area. Next slide, please. This cross-section is to help in understanding how the residence relates to the lot. The elevation at street level is approximately 1,090 feet. The finished floor of the garage is at 1,096 feet, and the structure rises to an elevation of 1,125 feet. The rear elevation at the property line rises to a height of 1,170 feet. Therefore, the structure is approximately 45 feet below the top of the slope. In the original proposal, the finished floor of the garage began at 1,094 feet and had the same elevation rise of 1,125, which makes the overall height of the structure 2 feet lower than originally proposed. This table shows a side-by-side comparison of the original and new proposal. The size of the residence is about the same, and the garage was reduced to 704 square feet, which reduced the lot coverage very minimally. The height of the structure was reduced by about 2 feet, and the setbacks also remain about the same with minor changes to the south and west setbacks. All of these changes are still consistent with the development standards. Slide. The next couple of slides show a side-by-side visual comparison using the elevations of the original and proposed project. Here you'll see the original front elevation with a 5 to 12 hipped roof throughout the surface. The proposed front elevation shows a steeper roof design that vary in height and wall planes. The proposed design contains cross gable roofs to accent the various openings on the residence. The color materials proposed remain the same, with a yellow-hued stucco for the primary wall covering and a stone veneer containing hues of gray, gold, and brown. The roof also remains the same concrete terracotta tile. When the ARP reviewed the project, they suggested dormers along the rear portion of the roof to break up the mass and to have a garage configuration similar to the original proposal with 3 separate doors as opposed to the 2-to-1 configuration being proposed. Next slide. The rear elevation is also similar with the exception of the overhang on the 2nd floor, which will be more obvious on the upcoming slides, which contains the side elevations. Next slide, please. On the proposed east elevation, the overhang of the 2nd floor is more prominent. This perspective also shows the different wall planes and articulation at the front elevation, which can be seen on the right side of the proposed east elevation. Next slide. The west elevation perspective also shows the various wall dimensions and articulation of the roof, which can be seen on the left side of the proposed west elevation. The applicant also modified the design and removed the chimney. Slide. This is a rendering submitted by the applicant. It's not to scale, but it gives you an idea of what the residence would look like with the proposed colors and materials. I'd also like to mention that the Old Agoura Homeowners Group looked at the revisions and have provided a letter which was included as attachment E in the staff report. Slide. Staff would like to recommend that the City Council continue the public hearing and consider the following options. 1, affirm the Planning Commission's original decision and deny the project. 2, reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve the project as presented, subject to the conditions proposed by staff. 3, reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve the project with modifications and/or amend the project's conditions of approval. Next slide. The City Council's decision would be based on a set of findings which include conditional use permit findings 1 through 6. Next slide. The hillside findings. Next. And the oak tree permit findings. Next slide. If you'd like to return to any of these slides during the hearing and the deliberation period, we can pull them up again for reference. This concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm available to answer. Otherwise, the applicant is also present after their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to go back a minute. Let me start with, does any council member have any ex parte communications to disclose? Councilmember Klein-Lopez?
I don't know if I should reaffirm from the last meeting. There have been nothing since the last meeting, but I'll just, reiterate that at the time I had gone to the site to see it. I did not need to go to see it again, but I also watched the City Council meeting from August 2020 to refresh myself, so I didn't need the second visit. So just the same as the disclosures from the first hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead?
The only thing, I have disclosed that I've been to the site before. The last time we reviewed, I went to the site this time and reviewed it. I think that's it. I haven't talked to the owner, and I've talked to city staff on it. I can't think of any other conflicts.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
I did visit the site, and I have spoken to staff.
Thank you. And I will disclose that I watched the Planning Commission meeting of June 18th, 2020, the Planning Commission meeting of June 2nd, 2020, watched the City Council meeting of August 12th of 2020. I visited the property in 2020, and I visited the property again today. So now we will move on to, do any council members have questions of staff? I have a question. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Yes, since I'm new to the council here, I have a couple of questions. I think this goes to planning, to Denise. If this project was not on a slope, would it have been coming forward for any reason besides the oak permit, or would it have just automatically gone through?
It would not require a SUP, a CUP.
It would not require a CUP, so if it met all the conditions of the building codes, it would have just automatically gone through?
We would have reviewed it. We would have reviewed it at an administrative level.
Right. So, it's the fact that it's on a hill is the only reason we're seeing it.
That's correct.
Okay. And another question I have for you related to the hillside is concerns about movement when excavation is done. How do we know that that will not happen?
The development process is set up to require the applicant to provide us preliminary grading plans at the entitlement stage. It's at that stage that we see if roughly the plans are compliant with our hillside grading ordinance and our engineering standards. Once the project has received an entitlement, they go into building permit. At the building permit stage, they provide more detailed information, and they do final engineering, and we do our review of the final grades. No permit is issued until they have satisfied the requirements of the Public Works Department, headed by the Public Works Director. Once that okay has been given, we are satisfied at that point that the final engineering would protect the integrity of the slope. The city staff does not approve any permits that do not comply with the engineering standards and best management practices or the hillside grading ordinance. So we will review the slope in detail. Sometimes it requires modifications at building permit, but generally speaking, they're minor.
So if there was any issue with the hillside being damaged, the project would shut down
The project would not even be approved.
going forward from that point?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Denise. I wanted to just ask you, follow back up on some questions I asked earlier today. One of the things that's been pointed out is that this house is out of conformity with the area with how big it is. Can you tell me the square footage of a home at 28354, which is 3 houses down from this house? And also somebody wrote a letter, I think, from that home opposing this.
The residence located at 28354 Balkans Drive has a square footage of 5,420 square feet without the garage, and 5,470 according to our HDL system, which is what the assessors use.
Okay. And then the other question I had, just want to make sure for the record, this project currently meets all objective standards that we set out as a city?
That's correct.
And does that include setting aside for the equestrian area?
That's also correct.
And it's met all setback requirements as well?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. And also on the old Agoura letter that was written on May 12, 2020, has there been any other written response from the HOA besides this letter that's attached as Exhibit E?
I'm told no by the project manager, no. I was going to defer to her, but no, there have been no other letters.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I think you said May 12th of 2020, but it's May 12th of 2022, the most recent and last letter from the Old Agoura Homeowners Association.
What exhibit or attachment? I'm looking at attachment number 6.
I'll have to tell you the page. It's page 169 of 214.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And anyone else? Councilmember Lopez?
I've had 2 meetings with staff so far, so I've asked a lot of questions, which is why I don't have a lot for staff at this moment. But just to follow up on your statement, when I watched the meeting in 2020, council member I think it was Mayor Buckley Weber at the time, and council member Northrup listed a long list of items in the general plan and in the hillside ordinance, and I believe in the Old Agoura overlay that were it seemed that this property was not in compliance with, but the staff had recommended the Planning Commission at the time to approve it. So can you help me understand where that disconnect is?
Sure. So primarily what staff does is it analyzes projects that we receive against the ordinances that you as a council adopt. There are, we offer you a recommendation, or we offer you our professional opinion on compliance with the general plan standards, but those standards are subjective, and we give you our professional opinion, but it is entirely possible that based on your own personal experiences and knowledge that you may come to a different conclusion than we come to. So there's more than one way to view subjective standards. The objective standards that we reviewed, we believe are consistent, and the subjective standards we believe have been met that are in our general plan and in the design guidelines. But if you as a council decide that you can make the findings or cannot make the findings a different way, that's entirely possible and entirely normal. That happens all the time.
Wonderful, thank you.
And I have a couple of questions. Can you fill me in a little bit? I think this is for Ms. Garcia. If you could point out to me on either the plan or, you know, where exactly the equestrian area, even though I understand that the applicant does not need to build an equestrian area, but where it would be.
So the orange box is where the proposed equestrian area is. And I believe the zoning code allows the planning commission to exempt properties with a steep slope from having an equestrian area.
Okay, thank you. And this is a steep slope, so would that be automatic that, did the planning commission, I'm sorry, I don't remember, did they exempt it or did they make a finding on that?
They did not exempt it.
They did not exempt it. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that I have for right now. So the public hearing is open. So I will defer to the applicant. You and/or your representatives will have a total of 15 minutes for your presentation. Please adjust the microphone to whatever's comfortable for you and watch for the red light on the podium. The city clerk will let us know when 1 minute remains on the timer so that you may wrap up your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber, Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester, and City Council members. I just want to take a few minutes to introduce myself and our family, that there are people behind this project and how it came about that we came to this point. I moved from Canada to Thousand Oaks back in 1979 and have lived in California since. I lived here from 79 to 2004, and for family reasons, we had to move to San Francisco Bay Area, where we were from 2004 to 2020. And I have a PhD in engineering from UC Santa Barbara, a master's from Canada. My wife is a PhD in psychology and has clinical practice and practices off of an office on Roadside Drive here in Agoura now. And previously she was in Bay Area working for 18 years for Kaiser Permanente in the psychiatry department. I have two boys, 27 years old. One of them is an MD and working for Kaiser Permanente in Los Angeles, doing residency, and the other one is remained in San Francisco, and he is a vice president of a venture capital company. In 2017, we sold our house to plan to move back to Southern California, and of course, since I sort of grew up here since I was in 20s when I came here, obvious choice was to come back to Conejo Valley. My wife and I lived here. We had children here and raised children here until 7 years old. The choice being Agoura Hills because I like more countryside, more setback, rustic area rather than busy city life of Thousand Oaks. We sold the house end of 2017, purchased this lot in 2018, March 2018, and immediately started working on the plan. We came up with a plan and satisfied every requirement and every expectations of every part of the city's departments, including planning and landscape and oak tree and engineering and all the rest of the requirements. It was sad that it got denied in 2020 by Planning Commission, and that's when I appealed because this is like our future home. We plan to have our family here. I plan to retire here. Once we sold our house, we sat there in a rental property for 3 years, wanting to finish this to have the house built so we can move into our own house. And in 2020, finally, during COVID time, we decided to move back, and right now we live in Camarillo and still wanting to eventually have this project approved and build and then move in here. To start with, next slide, please. So a brief history, and I think you people have already gone through the history as Katrina mentioned, and you have reviewed in the past. But basically, one of the things that came out at the last city council meeting was that time Mayor Buckley Weber said that if you come back with well, she said two things I totally remember. And it was very touching when Ms. Weber, you said, Arvin rather than Mr. Aurora. So he said, Arvin, you will live in Agoura someday. You will be our neighbor. So that was very, very comforting and very soothing with all the badgering we had taken from all our future neighbors here. And you had suggested that if you come back with one-story front, two-story back, that would lower the profile and that would look better and probably fit better. So that's what we tried to do in this project, is make a one-story front and two-story back, so it has a lower profile, and I'll go through some of the slides in there to show how the profile is much lower. I do want to stress one more thing in the past, and that's at the bottom, it says in the note, is there have been 2 CUPs approved on this project, on this property before. It's a legal buildable lot. One was in 1989, and that was in like higher 3,000 square foot range. And then in 2008, there was another project built, and actually we were provided with the plans for that house that was approved in 2008 when we bought it in 2017, that could be possibly could get it approved. The only problem was where they built was the garage on the main level, and everything else climbing up the hill slowly, step by step by step. So from master bedroom, if I had to come down someday to put the trash bins out, it'd be approximately 70 feet down to the ground and then climb back up. And as we're getting older, I decided to just stay on where the garage was approved, is just to expand that area and build right there only. So that's the reason where the footprint is at the bottom of the hill where it is put up. Next slide, please. So this one shows basically the old profile of the project that was denied, which is on the left and the right side, and you can kind of see that your idea of having one-story front, two-story back does reduce the profile drastically. Next slide, please. And few of the things that I like to stress is in this lower profile, basically, we have also increased the setback from 25 feet to 26 feet from the street, Balkans Drive. Previous one was at 25 feet. We have reduced the roof profile that was higher before, and this way it reduces the height of the house by 2 feet. Home depth has reduced by 2 feet to provide a little bit more bigger backyard. One of the main also change is the retaining wall size has been reduced drastically. The lower wall has been reduced by 29 feet in length, and the upper wall has been reduced by 16.8 feet in length. Next slide, please. Oh, I do wanted to mention that as getting approval from the fire department, they had insisted that there was no turnaround for the fire truck previously on Balkans Drive. So we had to provide the fire truck turnaround, and this new project accommodates that. So our driveway actually, instead of being 20 foot wide, is 26 feet wide, and with 10-foot angle entrance, so the fire truck can turn around. And now the fire department has given us a full approval. So this is what it looks like. Try to show all 4 views which Katrina already showed to you, but I wanted to stress that if you see the height of the hill on the back towards the profile of the house, it's only 33% of the coverage of the hillside behind us, so it does not take away anything. I also must mention that actually, in some ways, I like this lot is because I don't have a neighbor. The one lot before, it climbs up to the top and goes behind the hill, and from this lot I cannot see the house. On the right side again, the driveway goes over to the back and behind the hill, and I cannot see them. The next house I could see is actually the one that'll be the second next door home on the right and the second next door on the left. Next slide, please. So this is the side of the house showing that basically it's again the 33% height. Next slide, please. At the bottom also, I've tried to show where the widths are, how much setback is, and so on. So next slide, please. This is the back of the house, looking at the house across the street on the top of the hill. So there is no neighbor in front or on the sides that I can see from this property. This is the west view from the driveway to the house to the right that goes to the back of the hill from his driveway. Next slide, please. So I would like to plead to the city council, please, we need a home to live in. Yes, Camry is acceptable, somewhere they would like to have it. The size of the house we built it is for the reason that we have 2 boys, and one of these said they're gonna get married, one already has a girlfriend who lives with him, and someday they may have children, who's a doctor. And the other one is in San Francisco, someday he may have children that come live with us. And that is the reason the size we tried to make it. Like initially the house previously in the previous plan was 4,600 some odd square foot. And then city had told us that before going to the planning commission that if you reduce the size below 4,200, it would suit much better and work out. So we had reduced the size to 4,180. So this time also size remains the same. It can be cut down. What it is previously we had was there was a family room was a 2-story open floor plan, so you could look down below into the family room. This time to get again the space, so if there's extra family and children someday, so we covered that space up to create a loft area upstairs, so the loft area can accommodate children sitting there having their own fun time and so on. So that's the reason the square footage is somewhat similar to the previous one. People have commented very negatively. It hurts. It really hurts. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional. Next slide, please. I just want to show how inconsiderate the neighbors are. This is the map from Google Map and showing all the square footage of all the houses that are bigger than mine. So where this red point is where our house will be someday, diagonally across is this Whispering Oaks Chapel, the neighbor diagonally across. His house is larger and he has opposed it. The second next door that Councilmember Enstead was asking, and that is 5,470 square foot. The one on the right side and across, you could see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 homes on this small area. They are larger than our projected home or proposed home. So size should not be the issue. Next slide, please. So this is the home that 5,470 square foot. That's the second next door. That's on the street. And it's from the top. And as you could see from here, that on the left side, it breaches the setback. On the front, it breaches the setback. On the right side, it breaches the setback. Next slide, please. And this is the view of the front view of the house. It's, in my opinion, not very attractive. Next slide, please. This is the other house that's second door to the left, facing a lot. And this house, again, you can see on the front and the left side, it breaches the setback, and on the right side, it breaches the setback to the balconies. Next slide, please. So these are, and this is the front view of that. So this is the neighborhood that we would be living in. I mean, I really would want my neighbors to love me and accept us. And I think once the house is up, we would repair our relationship with our neighbors. The only other comment I'd like to make is the letter that the HOA that came up here is, yes, he did issue the letter, and Katrina sent me their letter, and then I reached out to Danny Farkash, who's the head of HOA, and sat down with him more than once and made the changes that he wanted to make. He wanted me to make. We had done previously to the same thing, and we did incorporate that. So if that is a concern, he did not send the letter after that. saying that everything has been done according to our expectations and it has HOA blessings. But if that is the case, then I would like to say you could conditionally do it, that I would get a letter from him, because all the changes that he proposed have been added to our plan at this time when we submitted for the final approval from the city. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd love to answer those questions and address any concerns you may have, because we really eventually do need a home somewhere here. It would be nice. My wife works, as I said, on Roadside Drive and in the office. It would be nice to live close by and have a home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. That was a good presentation. So now we are going to, before we move on to public comments, does any council member have any questions of Mr. Agoura?
May I?
Go
I
ahead.
would just like to confirm
Sure.
that you, all along over the last couple of years, you have been working with the Homeowners Association, trying to adjust your plans to meet their requirements?
Right. So this is what the process is. First, city approves everything. City means city planning department approves everything, and engineering approves everything, and then it goes to ARP and HOA. And so the last time we went through that, and that last time actually HOA, Danny did a lot of significant changes at that time. Initially, we weren't happy with it, but eventually we were happy because he made it better, actually. So I like Danny's input into it. This time, the same thing happened. Initially, my thought was we were happy with what we had designed it, and so we would like to proceed with it. And then city sent them the plan, and he commented that no, as it sits, it's not approved. Or it's not satisfactory to them. And then once Katrina sent me that email, I reached out to him and asked him, okay, let's meet together and see what we can do, what you want to do, because you did make it better last time. And I did meet up with him more than twice, and he made the changes. One of the main changes that he made was on the inverted V shape around the garage and entry, and the two right side living room and the dining room area, which will be behind that. The roofs were coming straight down, and that's it, and they were cut flat. He said, no, you need to connect it back to the house. So we connected it back to the house. So I did several rounds of it, and he wasn't happy with it. I had to go to his place and meet up with him. And finally, he agreed, okay, so this is how it's going to work. And then I went back and got my architect to fix all those the way Danny wanted it. And then eventually he said everything was fine, so let's proceed with that. I'm sorry he did not send the letter in. I was talking to Katrina. She said, I don't have the letter. So we can make it conditioned to them approving it or accepting it, and that would be just totally fine because he has okayed it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you. I have a bunch of questions.
Sure.
So my first question is, when I watched when I rewatched, since I was there, the 2020 August meeting, we were discussing whether to calendar you coming back or keep it open. And one option was to calendar, so we wouldn't have to renotice it. It was going to be like 9 months or something like that. And it's been 3.5 years. So,
right.
And we were doing this during COVID. COVID was already well underway. So why have you, what's the long delay in this?
So I'll walk you through precisely what happened. After the last time it was not approved by the city council and continued to future, we literally started looking at some houses in the Bay Area again, in Danville area, and I'll be honest, that one of the houses that we liked that we actually made an offer on, and this was a COVID time, offer on, it of course is sold for $300,000 more than what we were paying for it, and we were paying the asking price for it, is the design that this one is, very honestly. It's this, I can send you the pictures of that house. It is almost the same design. The only thing is this is a little bit stretched lengthwise because that house was deeper and bigger, so, and it was much larger, 4,400 square foot. So we tried to stick to as small as we could make it and keep it. So that took some time, is going through decision that shall we proceed with, go back and redesign and rebuild or not. And that took us up to middle of end of 2020 is, or August, September of 2020 is when the last meeting was, city council meeting was. Then we started looking for the houses over there. And then somewhere in early 2021, 22, we decided, no, we like that house. Why don't we just build the same house over here? Then we approached the architect, and COVID time, it just got delayed. And very honestly, the last 8 months or so have been just with the city planning department and going into micro details on the materials and the details of materials. And I created charts and put it on the plans as to what type of materials we would use and added the building materials. And the descriptions were off because I was taking the picture from the material that we'd be using from that company's website and put it there, and the description that they write. But the confusion was that we're using some.
And I don't need to know the details of that. I
So
was
anyway,
just curious as to what the long delay was in bringing this back. I didn't know if you just sat on
Because
it for
it
a
had to-
while and just were not going to pursue it and changed your mind, or just very high level, like.
So high level was.
I wasn't expecting this.
High level was that it was COVID time for one. We were in Bay Area, and her architect is here. First, we had to make decision, shall we proceed or not? Once we decided that, we gave it to him. And then there's a communication gap because he's on there. And then he was working on another project that he's doing a hospital that had to get done by
You were working on this house
the
for that
architect.
whole time?
I was working on the house because we just want to have it done. And then we had to go back to the civil engineer and have reduced the impact of the retaining walls and to reduce the impact on the hillside. We wanted to cut as minimum a
I was just
hillside.
curious, high level, if you just had
That's
walked
it.
away from it for a while, or if it's really taking you this long to get.
That's it. It's just going through the process and going through HOA, going through everybody.
Okay. I'm going to combine my next couple questions to kind of build on what Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester was asking. So in our staff report, it says that you considered the architectural review panel's feedback, but declined to make all of the recommended changes because you didn't think that the recommendations aligned with our direction. So you're coming to us, and right now we don't have all of the ARP's feedback incorporated and the HOA's letter, which I don't understand. I guess I'm not clear if that took you by surprise or not. But basically, those two bodies are indicating to us that this design as it is not what they would like. So why is that?
So my initial thinking was that previously the ARP as well as the HOA had highly recommended, and we had included every change that they made. And this time, the ARP wanted to change the front of the house. That was quite unacceptable to me, and that is what they were saying was, if you have two inverted shapes on the left side, we have one flat garage, roof goes up flat, and one single car garage that is separate, is the inverted V-shaped rooftop. They wanted to have matching both sides, so they wanted to have the second garage, two-car garage, also have an inverted V-shape. That would have looked very odd to me, so we decided not to proceed with that. But we did go through HOA and have everything agreed with it, and you can condition it, and he would issue a letter saying that, yes.
Did that letter, did you ever see that letter from Danny Farkash?
I did not know until today that he had not provided okay on it.
Okay.
Because I have met with him, and we made changes what he asked for.
And when was the last time you chatted with him and thought that you were on the same page as Danny?
I would say middle of last year.
Okay. Okay. And then another question I had was, we spent a long time talking about the equestrian area, and would there be real access to that equestrian area if one day it was decided to be built? And I don't think that's been resolved in this.
Right.
Has there been any change to the equestrian area?
I'd like to address that part. I should have addressed it earlier, hearing the question Mayor Weber asked. Initially, when we first started, way back in 2018, the choice was to put the equestrian area on the right side of the house facing the lot, or in the back. And it was the suggestion from then planning department person to say that we put it on the back. Now, to address the access as well as usability of that area, why it is placed there is because, and if you look at the topo lines up there, the city requirement is that the corral and the barn and the tack room and barn be flat on the surface, and the corral cannot have more than 10 foot of slope, or 2% or 5% slope, or there's some requirement for that. So that's why it is placed there. And so yes, it's fully usable and
But I think
for access.
the access was the
For
issue,
access.
getting, horse trailers up and down.
So for access, basically, on the left side of our lot, part of our lot, 10 foot of our lot and 10 foot of the next door lot has easement, that is 20-foot easement, that actually the road that goes to the back of the house that's prior to ours. The same road is to be used for the access to the lot that's behind us on top of the hill, which someday may come up for building it. And that road is to be used, and somewhere towards the end of our lot is where there's a little flat area where it can go up, and you can go to the lot behind us on the top of the hill, behind our lot. From that road is the access, and the plan shows the dashed lines where there's flat area to be able to pull up. So the requirement is that not only you should be able to just access it visiting the place, but you should be able to pull up a truck and a trailer to the back to that place, and that has I believe, 10-foot access, a flat access available to that area. And yes, it is available from that easement road that goes to the back.
Okay. So my last question for right now, and then when it's time, I do have a question for staff. When I watched the meeting, towards the end of the meeting, you said that you would do anything to make it work. And you said that that would include reducing square footage, if we, making it L-shaped, making it split level, making significant changes that make a difference, not just reduce square footage. And we did give you specific guidance. We're not going to deliberate yet, but my question to you is, do you think that you've done that? Because I'm not always seeing that there, and we can talk about that later, but what do you think in that list that you gave us during that meeting, what have you addressed of those?
Right. So, yes, I mean that. I would do anything to have this approved and eventually have a house, so we can call it our home. So square footage is not a critical point. Yes, I agree with any of the choices were like I can make a V-shaped house or L-shaped house or anything that would work. I would prefer not to go on the hill and tear up the hill or put pylons deep into the hill and keep climbing up the hill and ruin the beauty of the hill behind the house.
You did talk about reducing square footage, but it's really not.
If that's what would be the requirement.
But that was our guidance to you a few years ago. So that's my question to you is, we gave you that guidance. So what you're telling me now is what you told me 3 years ago.
So the guidance I received, the way I saw it at that time, that square footage was not the concern. Concern was the mass and the bulk of the house that is sitting there close to the street and is imposing. And as Mayor Weber that time had suggested, I think if you do 1-story front, 2-story back would work. So yes, that would work. If you think square foot is the concern, we can take off the loft area upstairs and make it 2-story open to the upper level and make it 37 some square feet, because that's about 350 square foot of open loft space there, because the bedrooms are on the left and the master room is on the right. and in between is the loft space. We can take that out and make a bridge walkway to the left or to the right and reduce the square footage if that is the concern. But as I showed in one of the charts, there are houses all over in 5,000, 6,000 square foot size. If that is the concern, I'm still open to it. It's fine. I have tried to address it because that time, or since then, I did not read it that the size, square footage was the concern. It was the mass and the bulk of the house sitting close to the street being imposed.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I just have a quick question, kind of following up on what Councilmember Lopez was asking. Can you walk me through a little bit about, because the letter that I have from the HOA, is encouraging us not to approve your project. So I'd like to know a little bit more about, that letter was written in May of 2022. Can you take me from there? You got the letter from the staff, and then you went to,
HOA.
you went to talk to Danny Farkash. Can you just walk us through, I think the last communication you said you had with him was in the summer of 2023, is that right?
It would be sometime, yeah, it would be sometime in May, June, July of 2023 is, I said last time that you had approved the project, and why is this much different than that? He said, why don't we get together and talk about it? So we got together and talked about it, and he said, these are the changes I would like to see. And I said, okay, fine. My only condition was we cannot change that sort of one-story front, two-story look the way it is, and making very odd-looking home, because it is eventually our home, is going to be our home for the next 30 years or so. I'm 70 years old already. And so then he said, okay, let me think about it. I'll send you some drawings. So he pencil drew. He's very good at actually creating a 3D idea from just pencil on a paper to what it could look like. So I passed that on to my architect. He made changes. We sent it back to him. He did not like it again. And then I met up with him again, and I said, how about if you and I go through micro details on how you want it?
And when you say you met with him again, give me an approximate.
This would be approximately May, June, July of 23. And then finally, my architect did all the changes, and he said, everything is fine, go ahead, let's proceed with it. In fact, at one time he had offered that he would come and talk here tonight, or approach any of you to suggest, and quote unquote, and don't get me wrong, it was no pressure from me to him, but he was saying, in his opinion, the HOA people, somebody is very powerful, and not HOA, the neighbors, somebody is very powerful, and he's anti this project. And he said he told that person, that you're picking on a wrong person, because Arvind is the wrong person to pick on. He does everything you ask him to do. And that's quote unquote, he said that, and you may speak with him. And I will get a letter, so you could approve it subject to him okaying it. I have no problem with it. But he said, so finally he accepted all the changes that he has suggested.
That was in the summer of 2023?
That was summer of 2023, yes. I did not know that he never sent the letter in.
So let me ask you this. When you saw the packet of material that was coming to us, did you notice that Mr. Farkash had not sent us an updated letter?
No, I spoke with Katrina this morning, and she said she still did not have the HOA okay on it. And I said, but we made all the changes that he asked for it. I mean, he should have sent it in. I did not know that I had to follow up and make sure he sends the letter in, but you can condition it, and that no problem, it'll get done.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Let me see where we, hang on one sec. Okay, I'll now defer to the city clerk for any public comments. If you have something to distribute to the city council, please hand it to our city clerk and do not approach the dais. You can be seated, Mr. Aurora, and you'll have an opportunity to rebut anything that's said after the public testimony. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. After the city clerk states that there are no further speakers, I will defer to the applicant, who will have an additional 5 minutes for a rebuttal. Okay, so Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Written public comments were received by email on or before the 4 p.m. deadline today and forwarded to the City Council prior to the meeting and will be part of the permanent record. Public comments were received from the following: Donald, Walt, and Pamela Newth Chandler, Agoura Hills, they sent 2. Mayan and Adi McAbian, Agoura Hills. David Sack, Agoura Hills. Russ and Andrea Diamond, Agoura Hills. Karen Marriott, Agoura Hills. John Levin, Agoura Hills. Brant Turner, Agoura Hills. Lori Turner, Agoura Hills. Mr. and Mrs. Dark, Agoura Hills. Howard Stutz, Agoura Hills. Tim Feehan, Agoura Hills, and Amy Blatt, Agoura Hills. And we do have public speakers this evening. Our first is Brant Turner, followed by John Levin.
Mr. Turner, now you can come up. Thank you for your patience.
I'll get it right this time. My name is Brant Turner. I live at 6001 Lapworth. I've written out something here tonight, and I was just going to read it, and you people already covered it all. It was basically what was said at the Planning Commission. So I just quoted all of you, figured I would read it out so everybody in the audience could hear it if they hadn't read it themselves. But after listening to the gentleman talk, I want him to know I have a great deal of empathy for him. Spent a lot of time, spent a lot of money, has money invested. It's not easy doing all of that. And then you have people write letters, such as myself, that say, please don't do it. So that's a sad thing. I think the whole discussion is really about that this house does not fit on this piece of property. It's not the architect. It looks well planned. It looks attractive as a lot of the houses we have in Old Agoura, for sure. We have a lot bigger houses in Old Agoura. We have houses out on Chesborough that I can't even guess how large they are now, but they fit the property. Those people out there, some have 5 acres, some people have 10 acres. They have large houses, God bless them. It fits the property. The problem with this house, it's the wrong house on that hillside. Now, if I could just step back from the podium for a second, I want to give you an idea of how this house will look. This house, I went down, I looked at it, is 26 feet from the road, okay, 26 feet. The house, easy to remember, it's 26 feet high. Even I can remember that. So if I was to step back, is that all right? If I was to step back, I want you to know what about 26 feet is. Now, I watch a lot of football games, play.
You know, Mr. Turner, the audience outside of the room won't be able to hear you if you step that far back.
I'm 26 feet from you now. And that window up there is about 26 feet. And that is going to be what we're looking at as we drive by it every day. It'll go from that beam and it'll go to that wall. That's wall. That's not a house. That's not what should be there. Move the house back, make it 1 story. You're not going to have, excuse me, you're not going to have anybody write any letters. You're not going to have anybody show up at the meeting. We're all going to say, God bless you. We want you to be our neighbor. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Levin, followed by, oh my goodness, Michael Papanicola? Close?
Hi, Mr. Levin.
Hi. I wrote a letter and I had a lot of things I was going to say, and I'm just kind of blown away by what's going on here. For one thing, those drawings are so out of proportion. It's not even close. It makes it look like a giant area. Anyway, they don't represent what it's going to look like. There isn't that much room. I also wonder why, if it's this great house that he wants to build, why he's advertised it for sale for the last about 5 or 6 weeks, and the latest thing was he has it for sale with approved plans already, and obviously he doesn't have that either. I just, the house doesn't fit in. It doesn't look like anywhere. I mean, the house might look like it is on the film, but it looks like it has all this room around it, and it doesn't. Just like the horse area, there's no room for a horse area there. It's on one of the biggest slopes there. I mean, I know that's not a big deal, and I know every single person in that neighborhood has written a letter against this. I know for a fact they have. I don't know what. I don't know what to say. He's directly across from my property. The road is like the narrowest part of Balkans around. I don't know how they're going to get equipment in there. I know people already have trouble getting in and out of there. And I know there's that house, the lot on the top is already, from what I understand, plans are in for that too. I also know that the ground around here is not the best, and whether it's a swimming pool or a house, there are going to be problems. And I also wonder, this really kind of bothers me. I know that, he spent 3 years or whatever trying to fix it, but you guys whoever did it gave us, I was watching him put the sign up, 2 weeks. And I know, I talked to Nathan, and he said, I said I'd never seen anything like this happen before, and he said that it can be 2 to 4 weeks, and you think that, if he took him 3 years to do what he's doing, we could get a little bit more time in that. I mean, I just don't.
Thank you very much. If you can wrap it up.
I'm just real disappointed. I just don't think that house belongs there. Let me say that I remember several years ago when someone came in with plans.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
All they said was 700 square feet.
Give you more time and not other people. So thank you, though. I think
Okay.
we get the gist of your testimony. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Michael Papadino. I'm not going to try. Mr. P.
Hi.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Mike Papanicolaou. I'm adjacent to the property. The driveway ends in that property, and I think you may have gotten the email. It's the context of speech in a paragraph, and it's the context of the size of the homes that are listed as big squares aren't in proportion to their location of a hillside abutting a narrow streetway. You would have to see it. And the pictures, if you put them up, the first picture is a dollhouse, small little thing, just to see what the house might look like. But it's extremely small. And then we were told that all the projected pictures with the heights were not to scale. Why? If you're going to make a presentation, well, commercial has to put up strings and red lines on the property, and then we look at it and you see what it really looks like. We haven't been given what it really looks like. We haven't been given to scale. If you take angles from my driveway and everywhere else, when I get to the end, and he's right, I can't see him when I'm in my house, but as soon as I get to the end of the driveway, I will see a wall going up infinitely. Our houses are all set back. The ones that aren't set back are new and were released through. And let me tell you about the one that was cited as the 5,000. They cut 1/3 into the hill below me. My house shook, my hill shifted, my side garage door still doesn't open, and I have broken foundation on that side. I haven't called or sued or it happened. what is our recourse when that happens on the other side where the drainages are? Do we have a guaranteed drainage fix for all those already breaking concrete drainage that come down the side of that hill, right, that will be impacted? That would be a minimum if you're going to proceed with any project of any size, to have a guarantee for a fix for the above hill drainage concrete that go through my property and then right behind his property. But I don't know. We should have two scale images. We should have a real concept of what it looked like. He's a great guy. I mean, we love Arvin, but we don't like the house that was asked to be shrunk down, not by Photoshop, but actually shrunk down relative to hillside abutting narrowest part of the non-county maintained road. For 29 years I've been there. I have to buy different suspensions for the cars. There's potholes everywhere from the project below me that weren't corrected. No one's going to fix the road. It's not the city.
And I'd ask you to start to wrap up your comments. The yellow light is on, just to give you a heads up. The yellow light is on, so just finish up your comments. And
yeah, so that's the gist of it. It's the slope abutting very close to the road. It's not like the other houses that are cited. They're all set back. The two that aren't were more recent developments that, one of them I told you the impact. And the other was a for-profit drug rehab house.
Well, thank you, but now your time is up. So
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further speaker cards.
Okay, hang on. Oh, would you like to speak? Can you give our clerk a speaking card, speaker's card? Thank you. Or you can do it afterwards.
Hi, my name is David Sack. I live at 595, sorry, can I start?
Go ahead, yes.
I live at 5952 Lapworth Drive. It's just a few hundred feet from this property. It's one of those large homes that was pointed out from above. We moved here from Valley Village, and the reason we moved here is because of the rural feel of the place. And I'm grateful for everyone who did visit the site, because I think you probably got the same experience we do. And everyone who visits, and every Uber driver, and everyone who comes and says they can't believe this is part of Los Angeles. It's got a different feel. It doesn't feel like you're in Los Angeles. The reason being is that when you're driving on the streets, you don't see homes. No other home is 26 foot from the street. And even if the sides of the homes or the setbacks that he was referring to breach the distance, there's foliage and trees and everything else. You don't see it or experience it. Here we have a super wide driveway for a fire truck to turn around that can't in any way be concealed from the street. And then you've got a house. I appreciate everyone who came to the property. I think it would be really helpful if everyone did the other gentleman's simulation by walking back 26 feet, which is just 2.5 car lengths, and looking up 26 feet and seeing what that would feel like by walking by that street. I mean, what's going to happen is we walk our dogs, we walk there every time. There's horses and ponies that walk on that street every night, every day. I'm sure they'll walk past, but we won't. We'll walk the other direction because we'll feel like we're in someone else's space. And that's kind of like going back to the new homes in Valley Village where we came from, as opposed to where we moved to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no further speakers.
Thank you. I want to just touch base with my fellow council members. Before we close the public hearing, does anybody need a break? If not, we can charge ahead. We want to do it while the public hearing is still. Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. I'll now defer to the applicant. He has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you for giving me the chance to rebut. I didn't set the 25-foot setback requirement from the street. That is city requirement. Most houses can be built with that much setback from the street. So being 26, I am meeting the requirement, and I don't think that should be concerned. The number two was the height of the house. Height of the house is below the city maximum allowed height of the house, and we've even reduced it further by 2 feet from in this plan compared to the previous plan, so that shouldn't be a concern. The next major concern I heard was that things are not to size. I think people are not looking at it. When I put up the picture with the photos in there and showing the scale on the left side or on the right side, that scale comes from the topo of the plans that are submitted. So when we look at height, and when I say height is 1180, is from the topo where the height of the lot coming up, the hill coming up from, that is the topo map, and not me writing up some number. So if they're perceiving it that it is false, it's not my fault. If we look at in the drawings, in engineering drawings, one of the drawings, I believe is the 3rd page or 4th page, engineering department from the city asked me to have the engineer draw up not only, and part of that was shown up here on one of the little pieces that Katrina has showed, where it's from the street to the driveway to the house, and then to retaining walls, and then a curved slope going up. So she had me draw up slope on all 3 sides, one perfectly behind the house and 2 on the sides of the house where the retaining wall would be, to assess the setback of the retaining wall from the house, and that's where, and that plan itself also shows height of the house and height of the hill on the back. So if people are perceiving it and imagining it and just to criticize, it's not right. I think technically, if you look at the topo map, or the topography or topo map of the plans, engineering plans where the site plan is, it will show you what the height of the hill behind is, and it'll show you where the finished floor is at 1098 of the house, and 26 foot the height of the house, and 1190 of the hill, top of the hill behind it. So everything's done to the scale. I feel sorry that people just blow it up and try to throw things at me, not understanding what it really takes to make these things happen, and not to just make up numbers and lie that is 1/3 of the height of the hill behind it. I'm sorry, but it's there are similar houses. If the size is the concern, please let me know. What would it take? I'm really begging to find out what would it take for me to do it. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Before closing the public hearing, does any council member have any further questions of the applicant or staff? Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
I would like to ask the applicant a question. The gentleman said that the house is for sale.
No, it is not for sale, actually. We want to build a house. I'll take you back to the history of this. 2 of the neighbors, and one lady and another gentleman, told me that it hasn't, and I was talking to them, and they said it doesn't get approved by the city because of the people commenting it. So I talked to an attorney about it. I'll be very honest with you. I talked to an attorney about it, that what if these 20 letters again come in and it doesn't get approved? What is my recourse? And he
You know what? I'm going to interrupt you because as an attorney, I don't think your attorney wants you to tell us what he or she told you.
Okay, well,
So if I could ask you not to, so you can present.
Let me readdress differently. Basically, it was to establish the value. If I'm not allowed to build on it, and if I have to take significant losses in letting it go, I need to establish value on it, and the purpose was to establish the value. So these people will have to bear the claim on what the losses, my losses, because we have spent so much money trying to get this in 5-6 years to get to this point.
So you are in.
If I were selling it, I would not be emotional about it. I wouldn't be standing here. It's like,
Yes.
that's it.
So you are intending to live in it if it's buildable?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Councilmember Anstead, questions? Go right ahead.
Denise, I want to come back again on the equestrian area. I'm trying to just understand. It's a little confusing right now about whether they've met the equestrian area requirement and also the access to the area. Can you just explain that a little bit further?
I think it would be best if the project manager, who's most familiar with this particular project, instead of speaking in generality, she can speak about this project. So I'll let Katrina answer that.
So if an equestrian area is eventually proposed in the future, it would have to be graded to no greater than 10%.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic? I can't quite hear you.
It would have to be graded no greater than 10%. So since an equestrian area isn't proposed, all we ask of the applicants is to designate a contiguous space of 1,500 square feet that can accommodate a barn and a tack and shed. And so that's what the applicant provided. And so then he met that requirement for us.
Is that area, do you know whether that area is greater than 10% grade?
So it is greater than 10%, but should anyone develop it as an equestrian area, they would have to acquire the permits to be able to grade it to 10%.
Okay, thank you. That was one question. Another question, I guess the letters speak for themselves. That's my only question right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any, Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, I have a question for staff. Mr. Aurora mentioned some CUPs that were issued in 1989 for around 3,000 square foot, you thought, and also in 2008, wasn't quite sure. Can you, I don't know if you have that off the top of your head, but if you can explain what those were and what the size of those, specs were?
Sure, one second. Let me just pull up my slide. So the 1989 CUP case, it had a variance. It was a two-story, 5,738 square foot residence. In 2007, there was a CUP that was also approved. It was 2 stories. It was 3,547 square feet with a 981 square foot garage. So for this particular project, the 2007 project, it was actually continued, and eventually the Planning Commission approved the project on the condition that they reduced the square footage. So the 3,500 square feet that you see here is the reduced square footage.
What you're showing up here is what the Planning Commission approved?
Correct.
Okay. And then the owner at the time just chose not to build, obviously.
Right. Yeah, we don't know why the owner chose not to build, but it happened twice where the owner from 1989 did not build also.
Okay, yeah. And then, I'm sorry, what was the square footage originally before that in the 2007 case? What was the proposed square footage that the Planning Commissioner did not agree with? Planning Commission did not agree with?
The original proposal was 4,133 square feet with a 1,157 square foot garage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Garcia. Have you spoken to Danny Farkash or anybody at the Old Agoura Homeowners Association since May of 2022 regarding this project?
I have not spoken to Danny Farkash or anyone in the Old Agoura Homeowners Association other than talking to Danny at the counter about other projects.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a minute, everybody. Any other questions for the applicant or staff? Once I close the hearing, that will be the end of it.
Yes, could I get clarification on the first plan, not this page, the other one? So this was 5,738 square feet, 2 stories. Now, did you say this was approved?
Correct.
Correct. So, the setback it's much further up the hill.
Yes, so this house was designed to be further up the hill. There's slightly, maybe Jessica Forte can correct me, but there might be a little bit of a flatter area on the top of the hill, but majority of the flat slope is sited at the bottom of the hill.
So in these plans, they would have had to excavate a lot of the hill to create a flat pad.
Potentially. It contains retaining walls for the driveway.
Right. And below the house must have been a retaining wall, otherwise it would slide down the hill.
Possibly. Our records aren't that clear.
Yes.
The plans are a little bit fuzzy, so it's a little hard to tell.
So that's a big house. Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question from Ms. Garcia. I'm just curious as to when the Old Agoura overlay came into effect and all of our other, the hillside ordinance, do you know?
I'm not aware, or I'm not too sure when the Old Agoura Overlay District came into effect, but we can probably look that up.
How about the hillside ordinance?
We'll look it up and provide you an answer.
Thank you. Because I don't want to close the public hearing until I have that information from Ms. Garcia,
Sure.
we're going to take a short break now for about 5 minutes. Let her get that information, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much. See, Ms. Garcia, but do you know what the answer to our questions were?
2009 is when the Old Agoura overlay was created, and ordinance number 211 is when the hillside was created, and Kimberly had to go to the fiche to figure out what year that was. But the hillside grading ordinance and the Ladyface Mountain specific plan were adopted around the same time. That's the low number ordinances. So when she comes back, she and Robbie are on fiche right now trying to find ordinance number 211 to tell you exactly when it was adopted, but it was a very long time ago.
Okay, all right.
If
Here
I
comes
may-
Robbie.
1992.
1992. Okay, I just wanted to bring that up since that issue has come up, that we didn't even have a hillside ordinance or
I'm sorry.
or overlay.
1990.
92-211 was the Old Agoura overlay, and ordinance number 45 was approved on December 7th of 1983, and that established the hillside grading ordinance
In 83.
in 83.
So it was in effect. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. All right, so going back to our meeting, any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Sorry, can I just get that clarified? So the hillside ordinance took effect in 1983, and the Old Agoura overlay took effect in 1992.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing that there's no more questions for the applicant or the staff, I'm going to now close the public hearing, and we'll now move on with deliberations. So why don't we start with you, Councilmember Lopez? Or I'm sorry, I was going to start at this end. So why don't we start with you, Councilmember Anstead?
I think this is a very difficult issue. I mean, for me, it's very difficult. I feel like that there's two things at play here that are two big issues that people have brought up, and also for us to make the findings that we have to look at. One is the home itself architecturally and whether it fits in with the community and how that looks. And then the second thing I think is also where the home sits on the property, because it sounds like from the comments that we received today, especially in person, there was a lot of issue with how far this home sits from the street, and that seemed to be a big issue. And but then the HOA initially kind of said in 2020 that this, at least the letter that we have, says that this project did meet all the requirements in 2020, but then they changed their mind, at least on the architectural side of it. On the distance, on the where it sits on the property, the one thing that was convincing to me when I was reading the letter, from the Old Agoura Homeowners Association, it said, this project as proposed complies with coverage for building height, equine keeping, and reasonable access to. Due respect was exercised with respect to oak trees, unnecessary grading and exporting of dirt on this challenging lot. And then he went on to say, basically on the design standards then, he felt they felt it did meet it. But now in 2022, the new letter basically says this architectural standards don't meet the Old Agoura standards. So there's a little going back and forth there, because I think the owner was trying to meet the expectations of Old Agoura from what his explanation was today. And so I found that he was trying to meet the expectations of the Old Agoura Homeowners Association, and also trying to resolve the issues going forward once we had our earlier hearing. So I think those are the kind of the issues at play that I'm trying to go back and forth on both ways. But I also then weighed, I think, the testimony of our own staff kind of telling me, hey, this home meets all the objective standards. It meets the equine standards. It meets the setback standards. It meets all the requirements. There's no transporting of any soil and all that. So that weighed on me that I feel like this project does comply and would be in compliance if it moved forward. So I can, based on the testimony of staff, I feel comfortable making the findings and letting this project move forward. That's my feelings.
Thank you, Councilmember Anstead. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
Yes, I too was very conflicted about this. I went up to the site. I know if I lived across the street, I would be very unhappy if a house of that size was built there. But that is a subjective opinion of myself. And looking at what the reasons why it could be denied, as Councilmember Anstead said, it does meet all of the requirements in the building code. It does meet the requirements for the hillside. It does meet the requirements to have available an equestrian area. So I cannot deny it for any of those reasons. So the only reason that one could say is I just think it's too big for the space. I agree that the rendering is just that. It is a rendering. It's a suggestion, but it is not showing how big that house will sit on the lot. But again, all of that is allowed in our building codes. So when the owner of the property has plans drawn up by an architect, he is working within all the parameters that have been set by the city. So the fault is with us, not with the applicant. Because if we feel that that building is too much of a mass, something needs to be adjusted in our building code for Old Agoura. But as it stands now, I cannot find an objective reason to deny it, even though I may personally feel it doesn't fit and it's too big. And yes, you will be walking past a large house. But then at the end of the street, as you brought up that photograph, there is also a very large house that looms over the street. But because it's sort of on a corner, you think you're going around a corner, so it isn't so noticeable. But that has been allowed. So I think it's apples to apples. If one large house is allowed, how can we then turn around and say, well, this other one is not? I have difficulty finding that, but I'm willing to hear what my fellow council members say before I make any final conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Weber, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing I want to say is welcome back and nice to see you in person. When we had this before, you were a black box on a screen, so it's very nice to see you in person. And I want to start off by saying I am very sorry to hear of the pain that you've experienced, that I know is real, and that I think I can speak for my whole council when I say we do want you to be our neighbor, and we want you, we want to find a way to compromise, and we'll figure that out as we go along. But I do just want to recognize the emotion that has gone along with this. I want to recognize that the houses around you are comparable to the size of your house, and that, you know, when you're talking about trucks on the road and noise and all that, I mean, we've all gone through that when our houses were built. Other neighbors went through that for us. So while I know it's a disruption for the neighbors, to me, I'm not really, I can't include that in my deliberation because that's construction, and it's going to happen whether that house is 800 square feet or greater. So there is construction, there is disruption, and I recognize that for the neighbors, and I'm sorry for that, but you know, that does happen all over Old Agoura. I want to say that I stand with my original statement from 2020 that I think this house is too big for this lot. I think one of our speakers really nailed it, that, you know, although the square footage is not the greatest on the block or in the area, When you translate that onto that specific lot, it's a tough lot. We know it's a tough lot. We've all seen it. And I'm sorry if there was any confusion on the square footage discussion that we had. My concern was not at the time really the square footage on whether you include a loft inside or not. It was really the massing on that site. And so I still feel like this is such a big house for the buildable area of that lot that it gives me pause. And I also just want to recognize before I go into my specific deliberations that houses do get built all the time in Old Agoura. It's one of our least developed areas. And while we do have situations like this where neighbors and property owners have disagreements, it is true that most houses in Old Agoura get built without controversy. So I don't think that the neighbors of Old Agoura are just NIMBYs and saying no to anything. I think their concern is also very legitimate that it's this specific project that is upsetting to them, and not just like a blatant, we don't want anything built on this lot, because I don't see that in other areas of Old Agoura. So I just wanted to start out with those kind of generalities, and then I will go into my specific deliberations. So, you know, as I mentioned, when we spoke in 2020, you had said things like that you would reduce the square footage. You were considering, you know, I know it was just kind of off the top of your head, but you were saying, I'll make it L-shaped, you know. We can make it split level. And you said you would make significant changes to make a difference, not just to reduce square footage. And honestly, I don't see any of that reflected in these new plans. It's about the same footage, it's about the same shape. There's very minimal split level, even though there's a little bit of roof line. And I don't see anything significant from here to back then. So, you know, when you stand before me and you say, we'll do whatever it takes to make it happen, I feel like we did give you some pretty specific guidance. That I can't say for sure, but it seemed that that project was on track for denial that day, and we were trying really hard to give you a chance to change the plans in a significant way that that everyone could get behind. And I don't see that significant, drastic difference from what we saw a few years ago. One of the things that Councilmember Northrup said in that meeting that brought me back to some of the things is she said articulation is not a box with balconies. And we all commented on that, and you commented on that. And when I look at the back of your house, I feel like it is even boxier with some balconies. And so I feel like when I look at it, that the articulation is even less than the model before it. And I am the first to admit that I am no architect, and I do not have a design background or skill for that matter, but we have experts who do. And our architectural review panel and our Old Agoura Homeowners Association, they are the experts in this, and we don't have any of their confirmation that the design fits. So I'm seeing less articulation, and I'm feeling that that's justified because I'm not seeing the experts, you know, contradict me. Another thing that is still concerning to me is that equestrian area. I have the same concerns as last time. You know, in our overlay, it does talk about reasonable access, and I'm having a hard time seeing what that reasonable access would be on that kind of slope, you know, should someone decide to build there. I asked staff to print out the slides from the CUP findings, hillside findings, and the oak tree permit findings, and I will let you know specifically the ones that I'm having a hard time with. I'm not going to have the list of things in the general plan that the mayor had last time. Perhaps If, I don't know if she's feeling the same way, and if she does, perhaps she'll have that again. I don't have that level of detail, but for this particular project, for the CUP findings, it says that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding properties, and I'm having a hard time with that one. That the distance from other similar and like uses is sufficient to maintain the diversity of the community. Having a hard time with that one. And for the hillside findings, that the proposed project is compatible with the natural, biotic, cultural, scenic, and open space resources of the area. Having a hard time with that one. And that the proposed development will complement the community character and benefit current and future community residents. And for that size house on that buildable area, that's another one that I'm having a lot of trouble making those findings. I do thank you once again for the oak tree sensitivity. That's very, very important to this council, and I appreciate that there's minimal oak tree encroachment, that there's no variance, that your house that you wanted to design is very environmentally friendly, but I am having trouble making those findings, and so I'm not sure that I'm willing to proceed with this model as it is, but I will reserve that final decision until after I hear from the mayor, but that's where I'm leaning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. And thank you, Mr. Aurora and Old Agoura neighbors who have come in today, because it's important that we hear from you. And we obviously know the pain that this has been, this process for you. Regardless, I mean, it's taken 4 years. When I first saw this property on the agenda, I was excited because I thought, oh, great, it's coming back. And, you seemed very open to the guidelines and our thoughts and everything. But when I really jumped into it, other than maybe decreasing the square footage of the garage, and there was a little bit difference in the retaining walls and a little bit of shift of the garage, I didn't really see much of a change. And personally, I think the front of the house looks prettier now, for whatever that means, but I'm still have a problem making all the findings. First off, I can make the findings for the oak tree ordinance because I appreciate that you're not trying to remove any oak trees, and that's always important to all of us. The trouble is, and I'm not going to repeat everything that Councilmember Lopez said. I'm in agreement with the way she's phrased it, and she did a really good, thorough job. The problem is not the size of the house, and I think that's it's not the reduction. Even tonight you said, well, I could reduce down to 3,000 something. It's more of there's no stepping back to the property, to the home. There's, a one-story home, probably you wouldn't even be here again, because it just would be different to have a one-story home that close to the road. That's the problem, is that I know that the home meets all of our objective standards, but let me tell you that none of us were here in 1983 when the city was incorporated. And our founding fathers and mothers came up with various plans and overlays and building codes and the general plan, and they did all that. And our job as we sit here in 2024 is to look at projects and see if it complies with that. So all of the objective standards, as staff pointed out, and our fellow council members, it does meet that. But saying that, it's supposed to be 25 feet from the road and it ends up being 26 feet, but it's straight up with no setback. And again, it's not your fault, it's not your architect's fault, it's a difficult piece of property. The flat area is very small, you have a hillside behind you, and so, I did jot down what I said last time because I wasn't sure if this hearing, I just wanted to make sure it's still on the record. It was a new project, somewhat, so I wanted to make sure that I can't make the findings of the CUP findings that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding properties. I can't make the finding that the proposed use is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan, and I'll cite those for you. I can't, under the hillside ordinance. I can't make the finding that the proposed project is compatible with the natural, biotic, cultural, scenic, and open space resources of the area, and I can't make the findings that the proposed development will complement the community character and benefit current and future community residents. First of all, it's an equestrian community, and although you've slotted an area where it would be an equestrian barn and tack room and all of that. I know from other projects that have come before me when I was on the Planning Commission and the City Council, it's just not practical. That would be a horse keeping area on a slope like that. And you know, it would be difficult for an equestrian. And the equestrian community is something that the City of Agoura Hills is very proud that we have it, and that's why we have the overlay, the old Agoura overlay. Again, that's what the founders of this city have come up with. So I've told you what the findings I can't make, but it all comes down to basically that the house is not in the character and the neighborhood compatibility. It's, you know, due to its proximity to the street, which creates an imposing appearance from the street. It's not consistent with the neighborhood's rural character or low-density character. Further, a second-story home will impede off-site views of the hillside located behind the home. A one-story home would avoid the visual impact. It's not, you know, and for basically, and I can go on, but these are the main reasons that I can't make the CUP findings. The location, the shape, and design of the house will create an imposing appearance from the street and present an image of walling off the street. Other homes in the general vicinity have varying shapes and heights, and the building access minimize the appearance of building mass. For these same reasons, and because there is minimal open space between the rear of the house and the hillside behind it, the home will partially impact the views to the hillside from the street. The form of the house is not integrated in the hillside, rather it's directly at the bottom of the steep hillside. And I think some of the comments that we made in August of 2020 was try and step back the home so that it wouldn't be so imposing on the street. Where I can't, you know, when I say that I can't make the finding that the proposed use is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the general plans, just for the record, I'm going to cite those. The house is not consistent with goal LU-7, including policy LU-7.1, policy LU-7.2, policy LU-7.7, policy LU-7.8, policy LU-8.3, and it's for the same reasons. It's not consistent with goal LU-8, including policy LU-8.1, 8.12, that's probably 8.12, and 8.3. For the same reasons, not consistent with goal LU-9, including policy LU-9.1. I've already talked about the equestrian area. The hillside ordinance, again, I've already told you the findings I cannot make. It's just not consistent with the design and construction standards in the hillside ordinance, such as view preservation, I don't know if I'd call it ridge lines, building designs, significant slope on the lot, subjects this property to the hillside ordinance. And you know, I would have liked to have seen the letter from the HOA. That's not the only thing that I take into consideration when making these decisions. But I just, you know, in 4 years, the last time that you talked to the HOA was back in the summer of 2023. I wish we would have a better picture. I don't know if that would have changed. I don't actually think it would have changed my mind, but I sure would have liked to have seen the changes that Mr. Farkash and the HOA were recommending that you put into place, because it kind of takes his letter of 2022 out of the picture for me. So that's all I have to say. So I cannot make the findings. And like I said, I could make the findings on the oak tree permit, but not the CUP or the hillside ordinance. So the next step would be, do any of my fellow council members have any other comments or deliberations that they would like to say?
Yes, because at the end I can't make any comments at all, correct?
No, you can make comments now.
Yeah, right, but later I can't. This is the final comment.
This is the final
Yes.
deliberations.
All right. I appreciate everything my fellow council members have said and the mayor. What I'm having a real hard time with is that I think it is very difficult to. We have all the you know, the Agoura Hills, the old Agoura neighborhood overlay, and I went through it all and I looked at all the points that you raised, but in LU 84 it says property setbacks encourage variable setbacks. So to enhance streetscape character and increase building separation. So this house is going to be much further forward than the houses on either side of it, so they aren't all going to be at the same setback. This house is going to have another house, if I am correct, if you could correct me, there's going to be another house built at the top of the hill, above this house. So by putting the house at the front of the property, the house is creating separation. And I just think, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And the original Old Agoura Homeowners Committee did approve the footprint. So I agree with you. I think the footprint is too big, but they did approve it. And they had some visual changes that they wanted, but the footprint was approved. And again, unfortunately, we don't have their feedback since 2022, which is almost 2 years ago now. I'm really disappointed that they haven't stepped up. I feel they've sort of, you know, taken a backward step and not come forward and said exactly how they feel at this point. But again, as I said, I cannot deny it in any of the objective standards, and we created those. And this is what the owner of the property has been working with his architect. So I don't think we can now say to him, well, no, even though you've met those, we're not going to approve you because we don't like the look of it. I have visited people in homes in Old Agoura who have no barns or horses on their properties. So not everybody in Old Agoura has horses. And after this family, I hope they're there for a long time, but if they move on and a new family moves in, whoever is buying this property knows the limitations of the property. So they may not want to have horses. They may want to live with horses all around them, but not have the responsibility of taking care of them themselves. So I don't see that as a reason to deny the property itself, because there are other Old Agoura properties that do not have horse-keeping facilities. So that one I cannot agree on. I agree with you, you know, in an ideal world, there would be a little bungalow there, but that's not what our city code says they can do. Thank you.
Anstead, any further comments? Okay, so I'm sorry, but we've already closed the public hearing, so we won't be able to hear from you right now.
I wanted to address your questions.
I'm sorry, that there was no questions, actually. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester, a question for you.
Yes.
Because I know you watched the city council meeting 4 years ago.
Correct.
And you saw that we continued this hearing and gave a lot of guidance beyond the objective standards of our building code. Does that have
Yes.
any impact on you that none of those changes were made or
No,
insignificant?
because I feel that that is a misguided reason for denying the project.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, he's met all the objective standards, and if I'd been sitting on the council or on the planning commission at that point, that would have been my opinion.
Okay, so you're not looking to the general plan or the hillside ordinance or the overlay for
Oh, absolutely, I'm looking to
Yeah.
all of them, but I have to give them equal weight. I don't think in the general plan, he has met all the objective standards for codes, height, building size, all of that has been met. The hillside ordinance, he has taken all of that into account. As our planning department said, it will, at each step of the way, at each stage of the building process, that will be monitored so that they will make sure. I love that he has all the oak trees protected as much as possible. So the only area where I don't agree with him is in the look of it itself. But I think that the other two outweigh that, and I don't think I can put that at a higher level than these other two areas where he's met the requirements. So that's why I feel, I personally don't feel it should be rejected.
Okay.
Thank
Councilmember Lopez, do you have any further comments?
Just that to Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester's point that I don't think that we need to prioritize the general plan and the CUP findings and the hillside findings. I think they're all in place for a reason. And I feel that these findings are objective, that were presented to us tonight. And so what I don't want to happen is for us to water down or not consider these findings. I think our hillside ordinance is very, very important, and that we need to look at each of these findings individually and give them all equal weight. And if we cannot make those findings, then we can't make those findings. So are you saying that you can make the finding that the proposed use is compatible with surrounding properties?
I'm saying that I'm looking at the initial homeowners.
No, but we were
Agoura's
presented with specific findings tonight.
Right.
And that's what I'm asking. So finding number 5 on CUP, that the distance from other similar and like uses is sufficient to maintain the diversity of the community. Number 6, that the proposed use is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the general plan.
The general plan you're talking about, that's all the building codes. Because, I'm
No.
confused. When you said the general plan, because I've printed out sections of it here, are you referring to the livable and quality neighborhoods?
It's in the general plan.
Correct.
Right.
But
So-
if you look at section, the specific ones that I cited were, let me just grab it here for a second.
The environmental setting, LU 77?
Yes, there's a bunch of them. So the LU7, that's the
The preservation of scenic and visual resources.
and then there's the goal is LU7, and then there's several policies under the goal of LU7.
Yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Exactly.
Yes, 10
1,
is...
2, 7, 8, and then policy 8.3,
Yes.
and then land use goal 8 and land use goal 9.
Yes, I've got all those here.
Yeah.
So you're
that's
saying you
different than the
can
building
make all
codes.
those findings?
Yes, I can. Because, this is very subjective, all of this. So it's very hard. I may like a bungalow. You may like a high-rise building. But neither of those things are set down specifically. This is all general. So that's why I'm saying it's very subjective. And on either side of him, we don't have houses right up at the street. So it's not like there's a whole row of houses. 2 houses down, we have a house right on the street on the corner there. And nobody objected to that.
Well, that I'm not sure of. Back then when it
But
was...
it's standing, so it's there.
But it was also there before we had some of these overlays in
When
place.
was that? Do we know when that house was built?
And if I can add to that, that's the purpose that this project is in front of us.
Yeah.
Because we have to turn to, I wouldn't call it subjective, but I would call it that it's the discretion, so to speak, of the council to look at each one and make sure they can make these findings.
Right. Sorry, so which is it? Sorry, the one, the 5.8, which was the property?
It's the first one,
The 28354.
correct,
Okay, and that was built in
2005.
2005. So when did these come in? 1992 and 1983. 2005.
Again, that could be the discretion of the people who are on the planning commission.
Yes. Well, this is my problem. See,
or
this is
city
my
council.
problem because the people change, but the objective standards don't. And I have a problem. Yes, I would like no buildings. You know, I would like open space all around us. But legally, they have met these building codes. I don't necessarily agree with them, and I think maybe we should consider changing them. But as they stand right now, they have met all the planning requirements. So the only thing that we are discussing between us, because we have different points of view, is have they met these, you know, other visual requirements? And again, that's in the eye of the beholder. So the Planning Commission approved this 5,470 square foot house in 2005, and we are now proposing to deny a smaller project because we feel that it doesn't visually fit into the neighborhood. And I happen to agree with you on that point, but I don't know if I can take my point of view as an individual and force that on somebody else when they have done all the other requirements.
Well, to your same point, in 1989, the body sitting at this dais approved, you know, a 5,000 square foot unit there.
Right.
And then in 2007, the Planning Commission denied a house that I think is smaller than this one, a 4,000 square foot house, and approved the 3,500.
Sorry, where was that?
That was the approved CUPs from 1989 and 2007 that I asked about. So
I thought they said they approved them.
Yeah, after it was reduced into the 3,000s.
But not the bigger one before it.
Right.
But
I think we have to really focus on what's before us tonight and
Right.
stay focused on these. I know it's an interesting conversation, but
Yeah.
what's before us is this particular thing. And I understand your comments, Mayor Pro Tem, and I just want to say that, you know, this is the way it works.
Yes.
That we have to make findings.
We have to make the findings.
Yeah, and if we can't, you can't make like half the findings.
Right.
You have to make all of these CUP findings and all of these hillside findings. And, you know, if you can make all of them, then that's fine. Like I can make all of the findings for the oak tree permit.
Right.
But there's several of the CUP findings that I can't, and the hillside findings that I can't. And it's based on the proximity of the home to the street and the boxy nature of it, the height of it, you know, all of that just doesn't fit in with the character or the character of the neighborhood and Old Agoura. And I, for one, you know, I just want to...
Hold on when you say they don't fit into Old Agoura, because we have similar houses to this in Old Agoura.
But not on that small of a flat lot. That's what makes this one
Yes.
different. There's a hillside right behind it.
So that's what I was saying earlier. This would not even have come before us if it wasn't for the hillside ordinance.
Right, and that's why the staff brings it to us, is because
Yes.
we have to make these findings.
But we're not denying it on the hillside ordinance.
Yes.
No, we're not, because we've said that it meets all the requirements for the
No,
hillside
no,
ordinance. Am I not correct? Has it made all the findings?
No,
for
they're
the...
asking us, Penny. They're asking us to make these findings, and I listed 2 of the hillside findings that I was not able to make.
Okay, so those
And
are...
Elise
2 and 4. Hang on,
listed,
let me find that.
I think, the same 2.
2 and 4?
Correct.
Hang on, where did that go?
So that's what we're doing, is the staff is not recommending, the staff is telling us the findings that we need to make, and you're making the findings, and we're not making the findings.
Right. So number 2, that the proposed project is compatible with the natural, biotic, cultural, scenic, and open space resources of the area. Well, they've left a third of the hill above is completely open space with all the oaks.
But you won't be able to see it from the road.
You can if you're on either side of the property. So you're talking about 26 feet along the road where you can't.
In my opinion, a 26-foot building, 26 feet from the road, will block the part of the view shed of the hillside, the natural
26
hillside.
feet.
Yeah, but I'm only 5 feet
Yeah.
3, so that blocks
Well, I'm
like, all
shorter
my
than
view.
you, and I stood there too. I'm 5'2", but it's 26 feet. On either side, you're going to be looking up at the hillside.
Well,
So I can make, yes, I can make those findings, that I will be able to see the, we're talking about a dead-end road. I believe it's a dead-end road, isn't it?
yes.
So it's a dead-end road. How many houses are beyond this house?
Less than half a dozen, I'd say.
Two on the left and one on the right, and then the road turns around and one
You know what?
behind it.
If nobody has a problem, since we're deliberating and really getting into this, I would like to reopen the public hearing to hear from the applicant if you have questions of him. So
Okay.
the public hearing is reopened. Mr. Aurora, come on up and you can answer some questions. Thank you.
So it's a narrow private street. The house next to mine, going further down on Balkans, is a easement road from our lot going to the back. One of the gentlemen spoke. Then there's the next house on the corner. So there's only one house facing the street and one behind, and then the road turns to the back, and there's one house on the back. Across the street, there's house up on the hill. There's no house on the street level. There's only one house diagonally across on the corner, and then road turns, and there's a house on the back. So basically, across the street, there's only one house on that side. Across this side, there are two houses after this.
So would it
There
be
is-
fair to say
there
that
is no house. There's no house across the street up to Lapworth. So there's only one house on the whole street, part of the street. On my side, there's one house before me, which is the easement road. Again, part of our property provides the easement. And there would be a house on top of the hill behind our house someday. And
I don't want to consider that house because I don't know if it has entitlements yet. I haven't heard of anything. And so let's not consider a house up on top of the hill. And so would it be
so
fair
then
to
we have-
say, would it be fair to say that there's less than a half a dozen houses on
there are
the street?
There are 4 houses, 2 of which are set back behind the hills because there is no place to build in the front.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I know that, Mr. Aurora, you wanted to say something if you.
Yes, I
you
would
seem
like
to be
yes.
wanting to correct one of us.
Yes, please, Mayor Weber, and Councilman Lopez. I swear, there is no other intent. If I could interpret all those LUs and CUP conditions that you're writing as to what is in your mind, so I can translate that to my architect so I can build it. The last house that was approved in 2008, if you look at it, it's garage on the floor and then climbing up.
Exactly.
It was
steps back.
But it keeps climbing up on the hill, and it destroys the hill. It destroys the beauty that you're saying needs to be retained.
Well,
because
I don't want to start talking about.
that was
sorry to
chopping
interrupt, but I wanna-
up oak trees to get there. There are
That
26
project is
oak
not
trees on the
before us.
hillside.
That project is not before this body, so I don't
Okay,
want to get too involved in that project.
All
But
I
I
would-
just want to say, your architect, I assume your architect watched our 2020 meeting?
Yes, he did. All I would say is if we can interpret what you mean when you say it doesn't agree with the neighborhood community, I cannot interpret the what would agree. I mean, I'm trying to build where the garage was approved with 2 bedrooms above that. I'm just trying to extend that and just build a house up there and as small. You want me to reduce the size, I'll reduce the size. I don't think that is the dying point. Point is, garage was approved where the house is planned right now, and 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and a storage was approved at that location. All we did was stretch it so we do not tear up the hillside. That's all I'm trying to do. I mean, to me, that was a good intent, not to tear up the hillside and move oak trees and kill oak trees and destroy oak trees. We even reduce the retaining wall so we further get away from the oak trees. I am trying to read your intent, but I cannot read the way it's written as to what would suffice that.
Okay, well, I hope that you were able to
It becomes
come in and talk to
subjective.
staff over the last 4 years, but if that didn't happen, let me just say, before I close the public hearing again, do any council members have any further questions for Mr. Aurora?
No.
Nothing? Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you for your patience and coming back up to answer those questions. So does anyone have any more deliberations?
I have just one more
Yes, go ahead.
comment based on that. At the very end of our meeting in 2020, we were very, very clear. You can rewatch it, and I'm sure your architect watched it. And we did say, does staff have enough direction and information from the council to, guide you and your architect through the specific next steps that we had talked about? And the staff said yes. And what we saw afterwards was that you chose not to incorporate some of the ARP recommendations, and it ended up being, in my opinion, boxier on some of the sides, and those were very specific things that we talked about. So I'm having a really hard time understanding why you were not able to interpret what we said that day, and why we're here almost 4 years later with a project that looks very, very similar and doesn't address some of the serious concerns that we had back then. So I'm sorry to hear your frustration, and I know it's sincere, but we did give you, I feel we did give you that direction. We have a great staff that was here to work with you for years. And some of the discussions that our trusted bodies have, you chose not to incorporate. So I'm going to stay with my stance that I'm not able to make some of the findings that I described, and it pains me to say it. It really does. But I think if you had come back with a smaller project that incorporated the integration into the hill, the articulation on different sides, all of those things that we specifically talked about, I don't think we would be hesitating. But it's pretty much, in my opinion, the same thing that I saw 3.5 years ago and was not able to make the findings then, and I'm not able to make the findings now.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead, you haven't said anything in a while. We'd like to hear from you again. Is there anything that we've said? We'd obviously like to reach some sort of consensus if we could. Can you add anything to the conversation?
I think the only thing I was looking at while you guys were discussing, I was listening, but I also was looking at the Planning Commission report from staff to the Planning Commission back in, excuse me, June of 2020. And they addressed each of the ordinances, the staff did, and they went through it, and there's a couple paragraphs I can read you. I'll read you just 2 sentences. One says, consistent with the hillside ordinance, the project minimizes grading through innovative site planning and contour grading methods to preserve scenic view sheds in the hillside. The applicant's proposal demonstrates compliance with this ordinance. And that's just one that goes through each of the ordinances and basically says that it is in compliance at that time. So, I'm basically my same opinion. I'm ready I can make the findings and move forward.
Okay, and just for the record, you know that the Planning Commission disagreed with the staff?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that has no impact on your decision at all?
No. I thought the planning decision was wrong in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't want to kill a dead horse. Obviously we've tried to come up with some sort of consensus. And so what I would recommend is that we ask staff to bring back a resolution reflecting our inability for the City Council to approve or reach consensus. It's not the way we usually want that to happen. I see Mr. Hamburger wants to say something, or Ms. Lee wants to say something. Thank you.
Actually, I think you ought to just go ahead and make a motion one way or the other. So if it does look like it's going to be not consensus, but we should have something reflecting that. And then once that happens, then we could take the next step where you're headed.
Thank you. So can I have a
Madam
motion?
Mayor, before we make a motion, can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
Is, I don't know if the applicant would be open to this, but would we want to continue this one, or can we continue this one more time to see if there's one last chance to make more, I just, before we ask the applicant, I just want to ask the mayor or our attorney if that's even an option on the table.
I believe it is an option. Is that correct, Ms. Lee, that you can, every project can have it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would, so technically, yes, you could have another hearing. I would double check with staff if they're also amenable to that. Other than that, it's potentially an option on the table.
Okay, and I also, I wouldn't want it to be another 4 years. So I would want to see, and it would obviously be up to the applicant, but let me ask staff. Staff, are you amenable to that?
Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. We will do whatever you tell us to do. So if you table it, we'll work with Mr. Aurora and we'll bring you something back. If you don't table it, we'll process whatever resolution you ask us to.
Thank you for that. How did I know that was going to be the answer? Okay, so do I need to reopen the public hearing to ask Mr. Aurora if he would like to continue it?
And you certainly can put in any time parameters that you want to put in to make sure it comes back in a timely manner.
Yes, I would like to do that. So, Mr. Aurora, I'm going to, Mr. Aurora, why don't you come up to I'm going to reopen the public hearing with the simple question of, would you want this matter to have a short continuance to try one more time to see if you can get past, work with our staff, work with your architect? You've heard what we've said now for the second time, that maybe you can come up with a house, or do you want us just to make a motion and see where that leads? It's your choice.
So, yes, I would like the chance to fix it the way you want it. No offense to nobody, let me just say honestly, when we first came up with this design, I took the liberty of sending you the first rendering, tentative rendering, to you via email so I can discuss, is this acceptable? Can we proceed with this? And you said no, until it's all approved through the city and everybody looks at the same time. I cannot comment on it. My issue becomes, you can tell me all the LUs and all the CUP requirements. I cannot interpret them for you as to what you would want to see. If I could understand what you want, I would build it that way. Even last time when in the proceedings, I said, you want me to build it on the hill? I will build it on the hill. We're just trying to build a house to live in. It's not a fight over what size it should be and where it should sit. We personally think less we tear up the hillside, less we remove and damage the trees, less caissons on the hill, the way my architect said, you'll have to put 30 feet down caissons into the ground. That'll be pounding, and then what would neighbors say? I'm trying to do is what was approved in the past is where the 2-car garage with the 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on top with the storage was approved to stretch it. If I could understand, yes, I would like to do whatever you want me to do.
So why don't we do this? You now know for the second time, and I'm sure our staff would be happy to talk to your architect. You understand that there's certain findings that we need to make as a body. Whether it's right in the code, talks about what the findings are that we need to make. And so if you have a question, now you know which findings, the same as last time, the same findings that we couldn't make. So can I suggest that when the ARP or staff makes a recommendation, that maybe you'll incorporate that into the next design? I would also say that it's your responsibility. It's not a perfect world, but if the HOA approved your project, you need to make sure that that letter is before us. okay? So that if you come up with a new project and you go back to the HOA and they approve it, make sure it's in the record, because the only thing we have from the HOA is that they did not approve it, the new design, that it didn't meet our standards. So we would appreciate you making sure that that's correct.
I would only request if somebody you can assign who can guide me, this meets, that meets, that meets, this is how we would want or what we would want. And when architect provides for opportunities, okay, we can do this or that or that or that, somebody can agree, okay,
Well,
this will be
think that's-
acceptable. We sit here in the dark not knowing how to interpret the beauty of the hillside is gone or not gone. I mean, houses, on the average, two-story houses on the back, and you said two-story back, two-story houses on the back will be 26 feet height, including the roof and the floor and everything else.
Well, let's do this, because I know that Ms. Garcia's been working with you, and she works and keeps Ms. Thomas advised, and they've heard our comments. Do you think that our comments have been clear of the findings that we cannot make?
We understand the findings you can't make.
Thank you. And so both of them, I'm sure, would work with you and your architect.
I can bring the architect and have him sit down and come up with it like we did for the oak tree thing.
Go ahead.
When we're doing the retaining walls.
Oh, you know what? You're in good hands with Ms. Garcia and Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank
so
you.
if that's what if you'd like a continuance,
Yes, please.
I would be willing to give, a 6-month continuance. Is that too long, too short? I really wouldn't want to go another 4 years. That's for sure.
I think 6 months is, a reasonable time to at least, get your architect up to speed, have enough time to work with staff. I want you to know that I suggested that option because on a 2-2 vote, it means your project would not pass. So I want you to understand that we want you here.
Yes.
Thank you.
I brought this up as like this last ditch effort to try to make this work because I don't want you to not live here. So, if we can make this work, this is kind of the only way. Because if we lock 2-2 and we're never going to be able to get our 5th council member in because he heard it before, it won't pass. It has to be a majority, which is why we were trying for some kind of consensus. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
it's this or unfortunately kind of a start over.
So if that's what you would want is a continuance,
Yes, please.
then that's what, why don't we take a vote on that? Can I get a motion to continue? Let me get the number to make sure it's clear on the record. Can I get a motion to continue the public hearing to consider the Agoura Hills Planning Commission's denial of conditional use permit case number CUP 01533-2018 and Oak Tree permit case number OAK-01534-2018 for 28340 Balkans Drive, AIN 2055-021-044, a request to construct a 4,180 square foot, 2-story single-family residence and a 730 square foot attached garage. Can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
I'm so sorry. So just a couple of facts. 6 months from now, we don't have a second meeting in July. Do you just want to, as part of your recommendation, to continue this public hearing, which has already been opened again, continue the public hearing off calendar to be renoticed for a date within 6 months today? So it could be a little bit earlier, unless you want to give them 7 months. But we just wanted to flag the issue that there's not going to be a second meeting in July because we're dark that meeting every year.
Then, my feeling would be to extend it to the first meeting in August.
Yes.
No later than the first meeting.
No later than the
Yes.
first meeting in August. He's welcome to bring it anytime
Earlier.
before
So
then.
continue
Yes.
it off calendar to be renoticed for a continued public hearing no later than the first meeting in August 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
So Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester so moves.
I will
you.
second. This is Deborah Klein Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient with us. You know, these are really hard decisions to make, and we really hope that we can work this out with you, Mr. Aurora. Okay. Oh, we didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, I may have missed it. Did we close the public hearing?
We did not.
No, we're not, we are not closing it. We're
Continuing it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 4-0.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Aurora, please meet with our staff and have your architect meet with our staff. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to move on.
Uncontroversial issue next, right?
Okay, we can invite
You don't want to
Mr.
stay for the
Wolf
cannabis
back.
discussion? We need to get Councilmember.
We need to get Mr. Wolf
Yeah.
back, Councilmember Wolf. Thank you, Ms. Garcia and Ms. Thomas. Okay. Is Jeremy asleep? Jeremy. No, we've just been chatting. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item number 8. And this next item is a discussion regarding commercial cannabis survey results. And I will now defer to Community Development Director Denise Thomas for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber. As part of our council goals, we were directed by the City Council to prepare and distribute a survey to determine whether or not the residents in Agoura Hills were interested in perhaps allowing cannabis-related uses in the city. As part of that exercise, we contracted with Probolski to do our survey, and some time ago, we brought that draft survey to you and then the final survey to you for your approval. We've since distributed it, analyzed it, and prepared a report, and this evening we would like to walk you through the results of the survey. I'm going to introduce to you now our consultant, Adam Probolski, and he'll take over the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Mayor and council members. Oh, here we go, the mouth. Thank you, Denise, Mayor, council members, Adam Probolski. Our firm was asked to conduct a poll among voters in the city. And this is the slide that kind of talks about the methodology. Essentially, it was conducted in English and Spanish. 4% of your population, of your voters, chose Spanish as their language. We talked to people on the phone, including some landlines, but mostly people responded online. It's kind of the way we typically communicate today. 400 completed surveys in a community the size of Agoura Hills is quite robust. To give some context, the typical statewide poll might have 900 or 1,200 respondents, so it's very big for a community the size of Agoura Hills. So, and the poll was done over the course of November and December. So if we go to the next slide, I get to report some really good news. And this is done in the context of kind of understanding the community before we get into seeing what the public's willing to do or interested in doing. So first, you have great overall satisfaction and approval for the job the Sheriff's Department is doing, providing police services to the city. Great overall numbers, all here in the high 70s and 80s for parks and open space, for county fires service to the city, and for streets and roads. And you can see that overall number is 80%. This is where I'll say, although I don't really have to because the numbers are great, this is not an academic exercise. We're not looking for A+ here. We're Americans. We don't tend to agree on things. And so when we have consensus of 80% and 75%, it's pretty incredible. We don't tend to see these kind of numbers. People are quite happy with the direction, with what's happening in these services provided by the city or contracted for the city. So in the next slide, we get into kind of the key of why we did this survey, what our charge was. We asked, would you support or oppose allowing the sale of cannabis in the city? And you have a majority that says yes. You also have a decent size. Oh, yeah. Sorry for the audio. You also have a decent number of people, a decent percentage, 45%, who oppose it. Should I try it? No. Oh, okay. Who oppose it? So, but there you have a majority that supports cannabis sale in the city. And there wasn't much more context to it. We didn't tell them where or how much it was going to cost or what it would be. It just has a majority saying they support it. Very small number of people say they're unsure, which means that people really have a sense of where they are on this issue. If we go to the next slide, we have a clear sense of all the different or several of the types of scenarios where cannabis could be sold in the city or or in some way engage in the city. First, we have consumption. Lounges, you have opposition by 61%. That's pretty clear. Home delivery is 56%. That's pretty clear support and a majority support for it. And then you see manufacturing, you have a majority opposition at 53%. You have R&D testing is a mixed result there, only 51% opposing. And then you've got retail sales at 52%. So you've got two of those kind of use cases, both home delivery and retail, that have majority support if cannabis is to be brought to Agoura Hills in a formal way. Next, we talk through a few of the, I guess we'll call them features and benefits, the attributes of what could potentially be if you were to impose things like, first off, 24-hour security, and that would make 48% of the population of the voters more likely to support it, not a majority. 55% have an affection for the idea of setting a buffer zone between schools and residential areas and cannabis uses. And then you've got another group B, about 41% say that they like the idea that both locals could buy local essentially. So nothing really dramatic there stands off the page of what would really make people more supportive necessarily. But the idea of having that buffer is very appreciative. People are appreciative of that. If we go to the next slide, we can then see after we tested several different messages and options and scenarios, we ask them again, okay, now what do you think about allowing the sale of cannabis in the city? And the numbers really don't change. You've got a majority essentially that says they support it and a pretty big chunk of your voters who say they oppose it. Only a percentage point of the unsure go away. So not a lot of differences there based upon that. The next slide here we have is something we like to do, and it's essentially a neighbor-to-neighbor conversation. The kind of words that two neighbors might say over the course of a front yard and just kind of talking through it. And you've got Smith who says, it's a terrible idea. We're going to have crime and traffic accidents and all the things that you might stereotypically think opponents might say. And that was kind of our intention to kind of maybe even give a charge to each of the messages and see how people respond to it. And then Jones who says, hey, no evidence of any kind of negative community impacts, and we would get some revenues potentially to go towards public safety and things like that. And you see a pretty mixed number there, but again, Jones, who is more supportive of cannabis, edges out Smith. So you're having a majority, you're having pluralities saying they support it in small majorities or small pluralities. That's the extent of the data. I will say this, there's a whole lot more data out there. The reporting is much more robust, and I'm happy to kind of speak to that in any way, whether it's tonight or anytime in the future. We're on team through staff. We can answer any questions. But clearly you've got a majority support, but also opposition that shows up.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions before we move on to public comment? Does any council member have any questions of staff? Councilmember Lopez?
I have a question. First of all, it's good to see you in person. You were two-dimensional last time we spoke. So thank you for coming tonight. Can you explain, so first of all, 52% yes, 45 to 47% no. But it's my understanding that within those two pots, you broke it down a little bit. Sorry, Candace started laughing. No pun intended. Those two groups, those two buckets, sorry, you don't make me laugh. That there was support and oppose and strong oppose. And so the way I read it was that the majority of people interviewed were supportive, but they were, most of them were somewhat supportive as opposed to very supportive, but in the no, they were strongly opposed as opposed to somewhat opposed. So do you put any kind of weight on that when you analyze that? Does the fact that one of them has more strong opinions behind it hold some extra statistical weight?
First, Councilmember, I'll validate what you said is actually 100% true, that there is a intensity of opposition versus the intensity of support is very clear. And as far as, I mean, the weight I look at the main number. The majority says they support it. But I think there is validity to the idea of looking at the intensity because this will have to go to a ballot, assuming you want to tax, you could bring cannabis and not tax it presumably, but that would have a pretty big impact and cost to the city. So presumably you're going to, if it was to be proposed and pursued, you'd have to go to the voters and you'd have to get voter support for a tax. And looking at the intensity numbers is something you'd factor in. We didn't ask the ballot test. We didn't say, shall the city of Agoura Hills approve cannabis and at a 10% tax, or the kind of 75-word ballot label that the city attorney would write. But this is kind of the precursor to that. And so, yeah, I think you definitely look at the intensity numbers and say that that's a factor in what the outcome could look like, because the opposition may be more excited about showing up and voting against it necessarily. That's a possible indicator.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wolf, questions?
I had the same question as Councilmember Klein Lopez, so it was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
I have no questions at this time. I'll reserve them for later. Thank you.
Councilmember Anstead, any questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions. So what's the margin of error in a survey like this?
Our margin of error is 5%.
5%. Okay. And can you translate what that would mean to me when we have such a small difference between the opposition and the support?
Sure. So what, well, first I'll speak to the level of confidence is 95%. So if we were to take this survey 100 times, 95 of those, the numbers would be just like this. That's what statistics tell us. But yes, the margin of error does suggest that those numbers, all the numbers within the survey could be either plus 5% or minus 5%, so these numbers could fluctuate. In terms of elections, we tend to have numbers like this and be highly predictive of outcomes. Not that this was an election question, but as the pollster, I look less at the margin of error than I do at the hard numbers on the page. But it is important to kind of factor that into the conversation that yes, these numbers could be fluctuating to the tune of 5%.
Thank you. And what about the percentage of undecided in the overall question about whether or not people want cannabis, you know, oppose it or support it?
Yeah, so as I said, I was, you know, there's sometimes that we get to be surprised as pollsters, and that's why we do the research. And I was quite surprised at the small number of unsure. It means that you know, people have a clear picture of what they want on this subject, and there's probably not going to be a lot of movement on that.
And on that undecided, what was that percent?
Oh, 3.5%, we round up, so we'll call it 4%.
So 4% of 400 people.
Yes.
And there's a margin of error of 5% of 400 people.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I had the same question as Councilmember Lopez, so thank you for asking that and answering that. I think that I have no further questions. So,
Mayor, can I ask one?
Sure.
Quickly, So, Adam, for you, and the answer could be no to this, but besides the small number of unsure, was there anything in this study, as someone who does this professionally, that stood out to you, or was an anomaly, or was it pretty standard?
I mean, the only thing I'd say is, as I indicated earlier, your satisfaction levels are quite high. So not necessarily related to cannabis, but just people are generally happy and approve of the job that's being done in the services they're receiving. But other than that, nothing really diving in based on demographics or geography or anything else is quite surprising or kind of worth kind of really noting.
So, it's fair to say from your experience, these results, I guess, make sense, or it was what you would have expected?
Well, I mean, it's the voter's opinion, so of course it makes sense. But no, nothing surprising, nothing that I would point out other than those things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more
Councilmember
question.
Lopez?
Thank you. One more question. Every city is different geographically, demographically, income levels, all of that kind of thing. So I'm not trying to compare Agoura Hills to cities as a whole, but are you doing other surveys on the topic of cannabis, and are you seeing a trend that like this, where more and more of the majority is leaning towards having cannabis sales, or is this? What is your what are your thoughts, kind of in general, on this topic and this survey in context of that topic?
I think we see, maybe the best way to describe it is kind of a liberalization approach to things like cannabis. There's just more of an acceptance of it because it's here. And if it's not here, it's in the next city over, and it's legal in California. So I think, yes, in general, we're seeing, majority support it, be supportive. I was in Grover Beach earlier in the week, and they have cannabis there, and they're in discussions over the tax, and we're having conversations next week with Escondido. So yeah, everyone's kind of talking about it, and mostly because their neighbors already have it and they're looking to capitalize on it. But in general, yes, there's a majority across most political subdivisions that supports it. Sometimes in a greater percentage, sometimes less, but mostly yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I will now defer to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you. We did not receive any written public comments, but I believe Captain C2 would like to say a few words.
Welcome, Captain. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, ending when the red light appears on the podium. Please adjust the microphone and begin your comments now. I have to say that, but
I've never ever been limited on my time. This is
and
so
you may not be limited
weird to me. I'm like, whoa, okay. No, I'm glad that I was invited to come here tonight, and just from a different perspective, as you consider this in the city of Agoura Hills, please consider the law enforcement aspect of this. Please do your research, contact other cities to understand what their experience is with having these in the communities. I can only speak to my experience having worked West Hollywood, and some of the things that were happening. It was quality of life. It was a lot of quality of life issues that started plaguing this it was right on the corner. It was by Melrose. It was on LAPD's Melrose side, and then the West Hollywood corner of our jurisdiction, and that was our biggest complaints. And then we had an uptick in violent crime, including robberies from that particular establishment. So, and I'm not saying that you're going to see this all over at every city. What I'm saying is, please look at, not just the revenue to bring to the city, but really the quality of life. Are we seeing this? Contact your elected officials in Thousand Oaks. Are we seeing this other places? And are we seeing an uptick in crime? And if we are, then I would say, please pause and consider that before making a decision of bringing it to, it was just great sitting here And as these two gentlemen got up, two opposing sides, they shook hands, and still right now they're in the back talking. And that's what's special about Agoura Hills and this incredible community. And I've seen things change from where I've come from. And so I just want you to kind of take into the crime consideration. So I'm in 3 minutes. Any questions for me?
Yeah, does anybody have any questions for Captain Situ?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Evening. I'm curious, do they have sales now in Westlake Village? Am I correct in thinking that?
No, in maybe it's on the Thousand Oaks side.
So it's on the Thousand Oaks side. And do you know anything about what's happened there in terms of?
I want to make sure that I speak in fact, and I don't have those stats in front of me. But Jeremy Paris, the chief of police over there, would, and
That's who we should approach.
And yes, and I'm happy to reach out to Jeremy and get those stats and kind of review that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of Captain Situ? I have no questions, but thank you for coming and shedding your viewpoints on, it's a different view. So we appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for sitting through the whole meeting.
Always great to be back in Agoura Hills. Living the good life.
It's a good life, yeah. Thanks, Captain. Okay, do we have any other speakers on this item?
We do not.
Okay, so does any council member have any further questions? Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you. I have a question for our staff on this. Captain C2 brings up a good point, and if the city council were to consider any next steps on this subject, and I know we are not considering that tonight, this is just an informational item. Can you explain to me, Mr. Hamburger, what that process would be? I'm assuming it would be a budget goal because this would be a huge lift. And so I'm guessing a council member would need to bring it to the budget workshop and get consensus with that for it to move forward. But if that's not the case, please let me know. And if that is the case, what would happen next? To Captain C2's point, there would need to be a lot of research and a lot of public input from everyone, including law enforcement and invested partners. So can you maybe give us a picture of that?
Absolutely. Councilman Lopez, to answer your question, you are correct that it would need to come back as a budget workshop item. The item is not included in the goals for next year established by the council, nor is it included in the budget financially. I will also say our planning staff has quite a long list of goals that they're really working hard to accomplish. And in order to take something, this would be a fairly large task to take on. It's probably a year plus of, public process and input from the council and subcommittee meetings, et cetera. So we would have to plan that for a future year if that's something that the council, or reevaluate our priorities on other goals.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Could I just add
Go
something?
ahead.
When I went to the Jackie Owens Christmas event, I was talking to a deputy. I think he was either senior, but I'm not sure. And I was talking to him, I said, we're doing this survey. And one of the things he said that they have an issue with is the problem with the cash flow in these establishments. And he said, once that has been sorted out and they can, use banks, then there isn't the vast amount of cash floating around. So I'm glad we're not, we can't move anything forward at this point because of our planning. But if that's one item that maybe would help with some of these security issues and things, if that gets resolved in the future, that may be the time for us to seriously, take it to our community. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. And just, I have a question just about the process with taking it to the voters for a tax. I would assume that's a heavy lift and a big expense. Is that right?
You're absolutely correct. That would require lengthy time, and we'd need to plan for the appropriate election for that as well.
Okay. And what I gathered from our consultant when you mentioned that, we would not get any of the money if we don't tax it? Is that how that would work? Like we could have a dispensary but get nothing unless we have a tax?
Potentially because you only have your business license, which is a minimal fee. That doesn't include all the consultants and staff time that would be involved in reviewing any applications, or however our processes would be established.
Great, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, so now let's move on to deliberations. And what the staff is asking us to do is to recommend, they wanted us to review the survey results, and they want us to direct them whether to move forward with the draft ordinance. But again, I think that would have to be brought up at the budget workshop. And if the city council directs staff to move forward with the draft ordinance, staff recommends the city council provide staff with general direction as to the content of the draft ordinance based on the survey results. It seems premature to me. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, that it might be premature to be talking about what would need to be in the ordinance, and it is 9 o'clock at night. So it seems that maybe there'd be an ad hoc committee if everybody thinks this is something they want to go forward on, and of course it would come to budget first. So, I don't really know. Is there something that we actually have to vote on and deliberate on, or?
I think if we could get direction, if you would like this item brought back to the budget workshop that's coming up in March, or the goals workshop, I should say, or it's something that you're just taking the information in now and that you'd like us to look at a later date in a future year, we can do that as well. Just clarification on what you'd like to do with it.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion from somebody? Oh, wait, we're going to have a deliberation first, so. That's okay, don't worry. Councilmember Anstead, why don't you start us on this?
I thought the results were interesting. I think it seemed like it was a very small, it was like 51 or 52% support and then 45% oppose. And we talked already about the different positions on the oppose and support. I think that the home delivery was interesting too, about the 61% supported the home delivery. And so that was over a majority, true majority on the home delivery side of the house. I think Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester's comment concerning the cash is a valid point. I think it's really, seems like we're still in a state of flux with it, with the cash being out there. And because it is a cash business, it attracts people saying, hey, this is a good place to hit because there's plenty of cash. And also the stores that I've seen is like, I'm sure a lot of us have, when you drive to the airport, there's marijuana stores on the left side of, can't remember, whatever the main road is into the airport, I can't remember the name right now, but on the left side, and I see a line standing outside because they only allow so many people in at a certain amount of time into the store because of the issue with the cash and the crime. So, I think those things concern me as a council member and as somebody that's concerned about the safety of the residents too. And I think Captain C2's comments as well. So, that's just my general feeling right now on it.
So is it your thought that you would like to just accept the survey results and think about it at a future date, or would you like to see a discussion about an ordinance come to the budget workshop?
No, I wouldn't want to move forward with it. Right now, I think there's still like a lot of issues to be worked out before I would want to bring it up to the budget work. I think there's other issues in the city that are higher priority that I would want to bring up instead of this.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
I agree with Councilmember Anstead. I think we have high priorities in the city. I appreciate the survey. I thought it was very interesting. But I think it's pretty close, those who want it and those who don't. And again, at this point, I don't think we have to rush. So I would like to see us accept the survey and then move forward at a later date.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Adam, for walking us through this. This survey land is not easy. It took us a while to kind of figure out the questions and the sample size and get our heads wrapped around that. So thank you for your time and your patience explaining that all to us. I do want to say first that I'm just so happy with the overall results, that people are happy with us. There are some very hilarious exceptions to that, which we got to read and see, and so that was pretty funny to read some of the things that they're not happy with, but it does make me comforted that people are in general satisfied with the work that we're all doing. I heard a lot of people talk about this when I was canvassing both times in 2018 and in 2022. So I was very interested to see the results of this survey. I think it is such a big lift that it wouldn't be something that I would recommend for a mid-year budget, 2-year budget cycle. If we were going to go forward with it, I would want to do it with a new council and a new, a refreshed council after an election, and a brand new 2-year budget period where we could look at all of our priorities and decide if this is one of them. So it wouldn't be something that I personally would recommend for this upcoming budget year, but what I would say to the public is, if you want us to look at this in it'd be early 2025 when we had a new sitting council, you got to speak up. I put this on my Facebook page and one person liked it. I couldn't believe it. We don't have anyone here tonight except for our sheriff. So what I was hearing when I was talking does not seem to match up with this being on our agenda. So what I would say is, public, if you want this to be a priority in going forward, you need to let us know that, because we are here to listen to you and to hear from you. And so if it's, as the Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester says, if you want to make this a priority, you need to kind of come out in numbers and let us know that. So that's where I stand right now.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wolf.
Great, thank you. I want to first thank Adam. It was I learned a lot about surveys and working through this process. I think knowledge is power, and I think it's really great that we did this. I think that it's great that we have this foundation, this understanding, this information. Right now, I don't find this to be the biggest priority facing the city, so I don't think we should direct it to be included in this budget workshop. I think this is invaluable information, and I'm really thrilled that we did this. One of the more striking components to the survey was in the oppose, with the 78% strongly oppose, and I found that to be really interesting. So this, I think it's going to continue to be an issue. It's still a Schedule 1 drug, I believe, so there's no federal insurance in banking, so there's no interstate banking. And so I think that once that changes, because that's the way it's going, President Biden has pardoned on the federal level prisoners who have been accused of marijuana crimes. I think we follow the national level really closely, and we use this data as a foundation to move forward in the future. So I echo the sentiment of my other council members, and I don't think that this is something that we should move on right now, but look at a future date.
Thank you very much. And Adam, I want to thank you. I sat on this dais and thought that those questions about, do you like your city council and do you think they're doing a good job, I thought were absolutely ridiculous, but now I'm thrilled with the results. So, I plan on using that. That was really exciting to see. To me, that's really the best part of the survey, to see how happy people were. Of course, it is only 400 people, but, it's better than the opposite. So I'm really happy about that, and our staff should be happy about that too. We're the face of the city, but you guys do all the work, so congratulations on that. I agree with what all my fellow council members said. The thing I would be concerned about would be the financial impact to the city as well as staff time when we have 70+% of the people who oppose it. The intensity of opposition really weighs a lot, because whenever we have intensity of opposition, we know what happens and we know that that's there. So I appreciate everybody who responded and took the time to do that, because it is helpful for us. And now we have this information, and I would agree that it should be put off until, there's another 2-year cycle, and then the city council at that time can decide at the budget workshop goals workshop in 2025. You can consider it, and if it means something to people, then they'll come out and let you know. So with that, I guess I need to have a motion to accept the survey results.
You could do that, and just to receive and file would be perfectly fine.
Okay. How about a motion to receive and file the survey results?
I'll make a motion to receive and file the survey results. This is Deborah Klein-Lopez.
Councilmember Chris Anstead seconds that.
Thank you. And so let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to discussion item number 9. Our next item is a discussion regarding a land acknowledgement statement, and I will now defer to City Manager Nathan Hamburger for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber, and honored council members. This item is being presented at the request of Mayor Buckley Weber as we looked at our inclusive programs throughout the city. And one of the things that we were asked to look at is a land acknowledgement statement. And just for the general public, typically a land acknowledgement is a statement recognizing the history and presence of indigenous peoples and their enduring relationship to their traditional homelands, and the facilities that we currently have exist on land that used to be inhabited by indigenous people. And so many public agencies such as ours, including educational institutions, either read that at the beginning of their meeting or include that statement in their public events and their website. And so we were asked to look at that. Because of the timeline that we were looking at this, we came up with a very general statement. And I do want to preface also saying that we haven't had a full opportunity to speak with all of the tribes and anybody, stakeholder that would be affected. And the reason is we wanted to make sure that the council was supportive of a land acknowledgement statement before we went out and made that effort and got their hopes up, or set something expectation that we couldn't meet. So that is why we're bringing the statement that we have proposed this evening in front of you. And so staff, what we can do is, if it's the pleasure of the council, we can utilize this land acknowledgement at the beginning of the meetings. We could adjust our agendas however you like to include that, if you'd like us to move forward with that. And then we would commit to reaching out to all of the stakeholders and making sure that we have full meetings with them, and that anything that needs to be included in a land acknowledgement statement for the future, that we bring back to the council at a later date. But we thought it was important to have this conversation with everybody at the dais and just starting off the new year. So Mayor Buckley, I also wanted to offer you an opportunity if there's anything you'd like to add.
Well, thank you. I think you did a great job, City Manager Hamburger. And so this is something, as all of you know, that we are literally sitting on lands that were owned and inhabited by indigenous people of this community, and it's a lot of agencies are doing it to acknowledge. And again, it's an inclusivity thing. It's a relationship building. We have good relationships with the tribal elders in our area. We want to expand on that and build on that. And quite a few of the agencies that I work with do the land acknowledgement now, so I recognize it as something that the elders appreciate and the community appreciates. So I look at it as something, and I hope that you'll agree that it's kind of the next step of making sure that everybody feels like they have a voice at the table here. And again, building those relationships with our elders and our tribal communities. So with that, if, we can work on the statement, we can start with the general one, work with our, communities, the tribal communities, to see if they find it to be appropriate, or if there's something that they think needs to be added, and then bring it back to you. And I do want to add that, even if we go forward with this now, it's really kind of up to the next city council or the next mayor to see if you want to do it. It's not something that, it's going to be an ordinance that has to be done. It's really kind of at the desire of whoever's sitting up here. So keep that in mind, that if it's something that you don't like the language, or you don't, want to do this, forever, that's something that can always be changed. So with that, if anybody has any questions of me or Mr. Hamburger, we're open to it. Councilmember Wolf.
Yeah, I have a few questions and comments. The first is, I don't know what the vernacular, if Indigenous people or First Peoples is the correct terminology, so that is something I would like us to explore, because I know it's ever evolving, and I have heard First Peoples used a lot. The other thing is that I know that it's easy to say that this is Chumash, Chumash, but it's not that simple. This was the southern range of the Chumash, that we had the Fernandino, the Tataviam, and this was a crossroads. So I want to be careful on singling out one group, because and there's a lot of tribal politics also. So I want to be very cautious about doing that. And I think that's kind of my comments. I appreciate the intent of this. I think it's important. We've had a really complicated history, especially in this region. First Peoples who lived here, they were sent to the San Fernando Mission. If you lived here, that's where you went when their culture completely decimated. And so I appreciate the intent of this, but I do want to make sure that we're really intentional. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. And so I'm looking here in the proposed general language. We do use the name Indigenous people, so we would check about First People. And then it specifically does not point out which tribal group, because I agree with you, it's not, we kind of throw it all together and say it's Chumash, and it's not just Chumash. And so, that's again something that we would talk to the tribal people that are here, so that we can see how they feel about that. Would you want to, I assume that, number 2, you'd want us to work collaboratively with the local Indigenous and Native groups to make the necessary adjustments. Number 3, modify the city council and other public agenda formats to include the land acknowledgement on each agenda. And number 4, create a dedicated land acknowledgement page on the city's website with any relevant information and historical data. Any thoughts on any of those other?
So can we just talk, what would it look like on each and every agenda? Like, what does that look like in action? So on every one of these, there would be a land acknowledgement, and would it be at the top?
It would be at the top of the meeting, and it would be, usually it goes first before anything else. And it's in writing, and usually whoever's leading the meeting will recite it. And it's the same every time.
Yeah. I think that's great, and I think it's good to, yes, I like that idea, and I think the website would be really good. But it's just, we need to be, I want to emphasize the tribal politics, and who you talk to will have a different answer. And so there's a lot of factions, and so that's going to be kind of complex to navigate.
Right, and if we, I think what I would recommend in working in collaboration with them, if it gets really specific and detailed, we would bring it back to the council.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. So I'm comfortable with it all.
Okay, Councilmember Weber. I mean, why do I keep calling you that? Dennis, I must miss Dennis.
Dennis, are you out there? That is so funny. Oh, I got to get myself together here. Thank you, Mayor Buckley Weber. I am 100% on board with this, and I want to thank you for bringing this to our to the dais. I very much agree with Councilmember Wolf's comments. I think we've all been on enough boards and committees to know that the politics are often very complicated, and so I would obviously recommend that any draft we put together be run by a few groups to make sure that all of them are in sync and in agreement, which of course we would do. But I think this is a beautiful idea. I do serve on a few boards that do this at the beginning of their meetings, and I think it's just a lovely reminder to pause and take a moment to really think about our history, and in a very like spiritual way. So I always appreciate, I know sometimes people, get all upset about things like this. I don't see why. I think it's a really special way that we can stop and appreciate the land that we were on, and not forget the impact that we've had on the land and on the tribes. And so it's not a huge ask, I think, of the council, but I think it means a lot to those who still want to make sure that we remember the history of this land. So I'm good with all of this and looking forward to seeing a draft. I guess I would ask that it come back to council for, in case there are any comments, but I'm comfortable that if the tribes have the input, that we can move forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I think it's, I like the idea, and I think it's fine, and I would definitely would like to see whatever statement we come up with exactly and be able to approve that. But other than that, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
I, like my fellow council members, like the idea. I'd like to, but I agree strongly that we need to have feedback before we do anything, and then I'd like that to come back to us. I was just looking at, I printed out a bit of, we do have a little bit of historic and cultural resources on the website, but it's not much. So again, if I would like to ask them to write for us what they feel is appropriate for this area, rather than us just write something, to get feedback from them.
And let me just let you all know that we have I've reached out to several elders, and I haven't heard back from anybody yet. I did send them the proposed language. So this, it's a work in progress, and we will see. But I think asking them to draft something may be
too much?
But they may have to overthink it more than...
Right. But if we sent them a draft and then say, please edit.
Exactly.
I think it's easier to revise something on the page.
And
then I had another idea. do we want to take it any further? We have Chumash Park, but I don't think people really, it's just a name. Would we maybe want to consult with them and say, would they like some sort of, monument or something? Not necessarily a statue, or maybe some sort of history. Like we're getting the new restroom. Would we want to have some sort of pictorial history there or something? I don't know. But I'm just...
Well, I think that's a great idea to bring up at the budget workshop, and we can see that. I think we are already talking about at the Linear Park that the Cultural Arts Council was considering something along the line.
So maybe at that side then. But I just think it would be nice to get their input and see what they would consider appropriate, if anything. I don't, I don't want to push.
I think it's, it's incumbent upon us to work with them. That's the point, is
to offer it and see if it's
work on
what
these
they
relationships. Yeah.
Thank you.
And any other comments? Because I was just going to add to that something that I've learned, that what's so nice about it is what Councilmember Lopez said. We get it. We get so busy in our day-to-day lives that even remembering our own ancestors, our own parents, people who have passed away, until you go to a cemetery or you acknowledge, and you have to stop for a moment and really take the time to think about it. It's that pausing and thinking about them and thinking about where do we come from and where do we live, that even if it's just a short moment, it's really meaningful. and it really helps to just, take that step. So with that, I think that, City Manager, do you think you have enough of what the next steps would be?
Yeah, so I have direction from the council, and I feel comfortable we'll move forward with that and bring something back to the entire council.
Okay, do we need it says here that we need a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. And again, although we give the general language in here, we are part of this staff recommendation is to work collaboratively with the local indigenous and native groups. So if I have a motion and a second.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester so moves.
Second?
I'll second. Deborah Klein Lopez.
Thank you. And so I need a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead? Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to council and staff comments. Do we have any comments from staff? Seeing none, are there any comments from city council members? Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to thank Lewis for last night being our guide when we participated in the homeless count, and also to thank JT. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll echo Mayor Pro Tem. It was Lewis. Thank you for taking the time, and JT. It was really informative and really appreciated. So thank you.
And the only comment I have is I hope that my fellow council members noticed our new and improved and shortened script. So if you don't like it, or you thought that I needed to repeat 15 times about the 3 minute, about not approaching the dais and blah, 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 be sure to let us know or let Mr. Hamburger know if you have thoughts about it, And thank you, Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Lee, for working on that. Since I was fumbling all around last time, we decided it was time to make a change. So, and a lot of that had come up because of COVID. So it was kind of fun to rewind those wheels and go, who thought this up? Why are we doing this? And it was all because of, COVID and Zoom and all that. So if you have any comments, please, let Kimberly or Mr. Hamburger know. So with that, I am ready to, if I have a motion and a second, we can adjourn this meeting to the next regular city council meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, February 14th, 2024 in the council chambers of the Civic Center located at 30001 Ladyface Court, Agoura Hills, California. And this is something on the agenda. This meeting is now adjourned. We do not need a roll call vote for that.